I found myself thinking of the Urus, and later in the same dialogue and in the Critias, Plato describes the destruction of Atlantis by an immense tidal wave. Certainly all this agreed closely with Guignon's view that the Earth has had a number of moons, each one of which has plunged onto the Earth, causing catastrophes. What impressed me most about the Kabbalah, to which I also devoted much study, was its insistence that the universe was not created by God, but by a number of demiurges or powers. Arthur Edward Waite declares that this is because the Jewish mystics believed that God must be remote, boundless, completely beyond our material universe. This struck me as a reasonable explanation until I began to actually study the Kabbalah. Then I immediately sensed another reason behind the legends of demiurges. Some remote ancestral memory of immense, godlike powers operating on the earth. The 10th century Karaite historian Yosef ben Yaakov al-Kirkisani has an interesting passage about the 8th century Persian sect, Men of the Caves. Quote, "For their secret tradition has it that the demiurges who created the universe subsequently came to dwell on the earth and under the sea. They possess the power to cause mountains to rise up by means of the moon, or cause the sea to swallow up fertile places. These demiurges were destroyed in one of their own calamities, although Philo's history declares they are only asleep." End quote. The action of the moon in creating the tides has, of course, always been known. Horbiger asserts that mountain ranges have been created, in Abyssinia, for example, by the action of the moon, which remained stationary over Abyssinia when it was revolving at the same speed as the Earth's rotation. But the Persians of the 8th century can have known nothing of the theory that the inside of the Earth is made of molten rock. My vitality and sense of purpose remained at a high level, and yet I was aware that my powers of time vision had diminished. I was still capable of exercising them if I made an effort, but spontaneous insights, like my recognition that the cottage at Bidford-on-Avon was connected with Bacon, had ceased. There was no actual sense of oppression. On the contrary, there was an unusual sense of happiness and well-being, but it was no longer possible to settle down to long periods of uninterrupted work. Minor distractions arose with unbelievable frequency. First of all, Roger Littleway suddenly took it into his head that he wanted to move to Italy and sell or lease his half of the house. Henry was naturally unwilling, but finally agreed on condition that he approved the tenant. A succession of completely unsuitable people then came to visit us, including a drunken Scotsman who smashed several windows one night, and a homosexual Indian Raja who obviously wanted to use the place to house a harem of young boys. Then my own elder brother Arnold came to see me to ask me to finance a farming venture. I reluctantly agreed to this, for he has never been very practical, and the troubles were endless. Arnold began to drive over from Long Eaton twice a week to drink Littleway's whiskey and explain his problems. Since he was my brother, I could hardly ask him to stay away. Colleagues of Littleway began to write to him by the dozen, and many of them came to stay. It seemed that every American he had ever known had decided to come to England that summer and take him up on his invitation to look him up. In late August, our former department chairman came to see us, bringing his wife and 2 daughters, whom I knew slightly. To my embarrassment, both girls conceived a violent attachment to me and entered into open rivalry. The younger of the 2 decided to steal a march on her sister by climbing into bed with me one night. I found her passably attractive, but knew that if I made love to her, the complications would be endless. I finally persuaded her to return to her own bed, but the elder sister found out somehow, and the atmosphere became so highly charged that I finally made some excuse and went off to the Essex cottage. In early September, Little Way decided to join me there until the visiting season was over, and then the most unpleasant distraction of all erupted. Roger Littleway was charged with the rape and attempted murder of a teenage girl. The evidence against him was perfectly clear. He had been driving back from Leicester late on a Saturday night and had offered the girl a lift to Oadby, halfway to Great Glen. He had turned off in some remote lane and threatened to kill the girl if she resisted him. The girl sensibly decided not to resist, but this made things worse. He ended by leaving her naked and apparently dead in a wood beside the road. A car passed half an hour later and saw her trying to crawl down the middle of the road. She was unconscious in hospital for nearly a week, then recovered enough to describe her assailant and his car. In an identity parade 48 hours later, she identified Roger as her assailant. I rushed back to Langton Place when Littleway phoned me. He believed that we were responsible, that the powers that had made Jackley and Kircher turn against us had induced temporary insanity in Roger Littleway. I had no doubt that he was right. The Italian girl, Claretta, told us that Roger had been strange for many weeks. He became moody and spent hours in a room at the top of the house in which he kept some of his prized gems of pornography. He was reading a great deal of de Sade and talking about writing a book proving him to be the most revolutionary thinker in Western history. He made excuses to go out in the late afternoon and sometimes stayed out all night. And he developed a taste for being whipped by Claretta. Littleway was allowed to see his brother after his arrest. He said Roger seemed to be in a state of shock and that he admitted to being the girl's assailant. Littleway asked him if he had mentioned this to anyone else. Roger said he had not. Littleway advised him to keep quiet about it until he had seen his lawyer. It struck him that the best possible defense was one of insanity. But the lawyer, who usually dealt with the family business, was old and very conventional. Littleway decided to hire the best lawyer he could find. He heard of Trevor Johnson Hicks, who specialized in defenses of insanity, and sent him to see Roger in Gaol. The result was unexpected and unwelcome. Johnson Hicks listened to Roger's story and decided that the evidence against him was weak. Roger had denied everything so far. He had had no scratches or marks on him since the girl had decided not to resist. But the girl claimed she had fought back and scratched him, perhaps out of shame at giving way so easily. She had been mistaken about the make and color of his car, and in her original description had said that her assailant was a very tall man. Roger was about 5 feet 9 inches. All this made Johnson Hicks decide that Roger could risk a plea of not guilty, and Roger, suddenly elated at the prospect of an acquittal, agreed completely. There would be no point in describing the chaos in the Langton Place household for the next 7 weeks. Littleway told Johnson Hicks that he knew Roger was guilty and that any other plea was immoral. Johnson Hicks said that he was inclined to believe Roger innocent. If he had confessed to his brother, this was because he was an emotionally unstable personality who wanted to suffer. Claretta's evidence proved that he was a masochist, not a sadist, and so on. The case never came to trial. The girl withdrew her deposition, stating that she believed her identification to be mistaken. I am fairly certain that Claretta had a hand in this, probably offering the girl a large sum of money. I am also fairly certain that Johnson Hicks's line of defense was that the girl was little better than a prostitute and that she had climbed into the car with every intention of selling her favors to the driver. Probably Claretta pointed this out to the girl and also pointed out that Roger's conviction would not benefit her, while it would be greatly to her advantage to drop the charges. At all events, Roger was back at Langton Place by mid-October, and life became completely unbearable. Everyone in the area believed him guilty, which was true, but everyone also believed that it was Littleway's money and influence that had led to the case being dropped, and resented it accordingly. There were threatening phone calls by the dozen until Littleway had all calls intercepted. The gardener and the housemaid both left. Broken bottles and large stones were flung into the lawn every night, and on 2 occasions whole dustbins of garbage were emptied in the middle of the drive. Our windows were broken so often that Littleway finally had traps set in the grounds to warn when anyone was approaching the house. He also bought 2 fully grown wolfhounds. One of these immediately attacked the laundryman, causing still more trouble. The worst of it was that Roger was obviously uncured. He was sullen, bad-tempered, and inclined to spend hours alone in his attic room. All this confusion had not prevented us from continuing to pursue the problem. We both had the capacity to forget it completely for hours together, but it slowed us down greatly. We lived with a sense of constant danger. If they were capable of turning Roger Littleway into a sex maniac, what might they not do if we came too close to their secret? Roger already resented Henry to the point of hatred. Johnson Hicks had told him that Littleway wanted him to plead guilty. What if he suddenly decided to burn down the house? Littleway and I were sitting in the library one evening in early November. I was reading a book on the Mayas, and Littleway was staring into the fire. He said suddenly, "You know, everything would be all right if we simply stopped trying to find out about them." There was no need for me to ask whom he was referring to, but something in his tone made me look at him oddly. "How do you know?" "I just do." But I persisted. "How?" He then told me that he had been staring into the fire, thinking of the possibility of leaving Langton Place for 6 months or so, and then rejecting the idea because it would have amounted to desertion. Then, quite suddenly, there came into his head the thought, if you stop concerning yourself about them, your problems will be over. If you don't, they'll get worse. He said it was not a verbalized thought, but a sudden insight that carried a feeling of total conviction, of unquestionable truth. I asked, "Do you think it was a communication from them?" After a long silence, he said, "I think so." So there it was, an offer. It was certainly enormously tempting. Complications were becoming a nuisance. We were both beginning to develop something like a persecution complex. And after all, what did it really matter? We had the whole future ahead of us, so why should we make a fuss about some remote epoch of the Earth's past? On the other hand, we were both scientists. To accept this prohibition would be the equivalent of a doctor breaking the Hippocratic Oath. And why were they so anxious for secrecy? What did it matter? All the same, we toyed with the idea. What finally led us to reject it was something that happened the following day. Roger was set on by 3 youths and beaten so badly that he was taken into hospital with a fractured skull. The postman found him unconscious by the side of the road. He later claimed that he had simply been taking a walk when the 3 youths recognized him and started to call him names. He told them to shut up, and they attacked him, knocked him down, and kicked him into unconsciousness. I suspect they found him trying to look in through a window. The village doctor told us that Roger had a reputation as a peeping Tom. To have Roger in hospital was an immense relief, particularly when the doctor told us he might have to stay in for several months. Luckily, there was no brain damage, and it suddenly struck us that they had made a mistake. They seemed adept at stirring up emotions of hatred, and in this case it had given us a breathing space. The results were immediately apparent. The hostility of the villagers ceased. They were pleased. Roger had been punished. There were no more broken windows or dumped garbage or filthy language scrawled on the gate posts. Clearly, they were not infallible. And the effect of this realization was to make us more determined than ever to try to find out more about them. The breakthrough came a week later when we heard of the discovery of the Vatican Codex by the papal librarian. The report in the Catholic Herald that mentioned this stated that it was believed to be an account of Mayan history and tradition. Until this discovery, only 3 Mayan texts were known to have survived the destructive zeal of the Spanish priest Diego de Landa, who also wrote Relación de las Cosas de Yucatán sometime before 1566. They were the Dresden Codex, an astronomical treatise, the Tro-Cortesianus Codex, which is astrological, and the Parisianus Codex, which deals with religious rituals. The Maya had many books. Bernal Diaz reports seeing a whole library in a Maya temple. Diego de Landa gave a dictionary of the Mayan language, but it proved to be largely inaccurate, so that large parts of the Mayan texts are indecipherable. As soon as we saw the news item about the discovery of the new text in the Vatican Library, Littleway rang through to Frater Benedetto Corradini of Rome University, whose connections with the Vatican were close. Corradini had not heard about the discovery. His field was astrophysics, but he promised to find out about it and asked permission for us to see the text. Neither of us entertained any great hopes for this long-distance negotiation, being fairly certain that they would frustrate it. Ordinarily, we would have taken the first plane to Rome, but after the incident on the M1, we were aware of the dangers of travel. There was no need to go to Rome. Corradini rang us back later in the day to say that we could certainly get permission to examine the codex without too much difficulty, but that in the meantime he was sending it to us on microfilm. His department had just purchased some expensive microfilm equipment, and he was eager to make use of it. It seemed too good to be true. Again, we decided not to hope too much. Instead, we made inquiries about trains from Dieppe to Rome, but 4 days later, the microfilm arrived. By this time, we had both concluded that the Vatican Codex would contain nothing of interest. Otherwise, there would have been interference. Littleway drove down to Leicester University that afternoon. The librarian there had explained that it would be fairly easy to produce blow-ups from the microfilm. These were ready the following morning when we both drove in to collect them. To our surprise, they were in color and were obviously excellent reproductions of the original manuscript. The Vatican Codex consists of one long piece of bark paper, just over 7 feet long and 8 inches high, folded like a screen. There are several ferocious pictures of Maya deities, which might easily be mistaken for Japanese pictures of demons. The glyphs themselves are all in neat squares and look like decorations from some red Indian totem pole. In the week since we heard of the existence of the Vatican Codex, I had studied all the available material on the decipherment of Maya inscriptions. J.E.S. Thompson's Rise and Fall of Maya Civilization, Morley's Ancient Maya, and articles on the Maya language by Worf, Norozov, and Gelb. Most of the Maya inscriptions are ideographic, that is to say, the signs are pictures which represent things, but Worf and Norozov argue that it is also partly phonetic. Most ancient languages undergo this transition from one stage to the other. Now, as we drove back to Langton Place, I studied the photographs and found myself recognizing many of the symbols, but many were completely strange to me. Less than a third of the Maya symbols have been translated, although the language is still spoken by 250,000 people in Yucatan. From this, Gelb argues that the symbols represent ideas that have now been forgotten, not letters or syllables. An additional complication is the fact that the Maya books were only intended to be read by the initiates of the temple. When Landa stamped out the Maya religion, he also stamped out knowledge of how to read the inscriptions. Back at home, I took the photographs into the library where all the available books were spread out on the large round table that stood near the fire. And then I settled down to a careful, slow, painstaking study, examining every glyph minutely through a magnifying glass, trying to feel my way into its essence. Within a short time, I had become aware of one major difference between this codex and the other three. It was a great deal older. The glyphs themselves showed this. They were far more obviously pictorial, representational. I had read Landa's descriptions of the Maya religious festivals, drums to induce a hypnotic feeling of unity, a kind of mead into which a certain root was added by which the wine became strong and stinky, and finally a great deal of fornication. But these were of the later period, when the religious essence had been diluted, in the way, for example, that our Christmas season is a diluted version of the original festival. The religion of the Great Period, 9 centuries earlier, was altogether darker and more forbidding. Only a few initiates in the priesthood understood its essence. But it carried with it an atmosphere of violence and fear. And here, at the head of the 7th sheet of the Vatican Codex, was the Maya glyph for gods, combined with the glyph representing night or death. The gods of night, or the dark gods. Before the day was over, I had made one discovery that none of the Maya experts had stumbled upon, unimportant in itself, but very indicative. This early Maya religion of dark gods was paradoxically associated with humor. There is a fine Mixtec turquoise mask in the British Museum, a kind of mosaic skull with a few very white teeth. As one stares at it, one becomes suddenly aware that it conveys a ferocious humor, and that this has nothing to do with the traditional grin of the skull. This humor is terrifying and supernatural, the humor of pitiless gods who find man's suffering amusing, and yet somehow it can be accepted by men themselves, who acknowledge their mortality and misery. When I made this discovery, I knew that I was getting closer to the secrets of the Mayas, for it was now clear to me that the Vatican Codex is a kind of Maya Pentateuch, their account of creation and the early history of the tribe. And since, in many respects, their mythology resembles that of their neighbors, the Quiche Indians, whose Old Testament, the Popol Vuh, was committed to paper by some anonymous Quiche scholar in the 16th century, I found myself in possession of many clues to the meaning of the unknown 2/3 of the Maya symbols. I must admit that what baffled me was why the interference had ceased, or at least ceased to be persistent and noticeable. My time vision was still relatively feeble if I tried to apply it to the distant past, although it still seemed clear enough when applied to less remote epochs. As to the basalt figurine, its history no longer seemed completely opaque. When I stared at it now, I could sense that it was also connected with some strange religion of appalling humor. There was something oddly refreshing about this insight. Man tends to make his gods in his own image, to humanize them, but these gods were savage and totally alien. Why had they ceased to be actively obstructive? Was it because I was following a false trail? This seemed the only reasonable explanation. Late that afternoon, I was staring at a photograph of the face of Chac, the long-nosed rain god, on a facade in Sayil in Yucatan, and suddenly insight crystallized. Suppose all primitive gods spring from the same source. What if all the barbarous myths, from the Hindu goddess Bhavani eating her victims to Kronos devouring his children, can be traced back to them? Historians of religion explain man's gods in terms of ancient fears. The thunder is Thor beating on his anvil, and so on. But how do we explain the transition to the barbarity of human sacrifices? Natural forces are awe-inspiring, but not cruel. And as often as not, they are wholly beneficent. The rain makes the crops grow, the sun ripens them, the wind blows away pestilence. Yet with a singular accord, primitive religions are full of cruelty and fear. The more I thought of it, the more obvious it seemed. Primitive man was a hunter and trapper. He was as much at home in the dark as in the daylight. So why the fear of the dark? It has always seemed natural enough to explain man's superstitions in terms of ignorance. But does ignorance really explain it? It may seem that these speculations were not really so revolutionary, since we already knew, or suspected, that remote ages of the earth had been dominated by the powers we called them. But indeed it had never struck me that they might be in some sense the source of all human history. And when I followed up this line of thought, the consequences were frightening. For example, my speculation that man might be a kind of retarded ape took on new meaning. Littleway had said, "If the development of an ape's embryo could be arrested, it would produce something like a man." Which immediately raises the question, who arrested it? Expressed in this way, my train of thought sounds arbitrary, but it must be remembered that I was guided by intuitions about them. The total darkness of the pre-human epoch was turning into a thick twilight. Nothing very exciting happened during the next 4 days. I plodded on using Garcia's textbook of the Mayathan language and every available source on Maya symbology. But there was a satisfying sense of achievement, of moving forward a fraction of an inch at a time. In the evenings, Littleway and I discussed our findings. He was still immersed in his study of ancient man and much impressed by the theory put forward by Ivar Lissner that the very earliest man possessed a high degree of intelligence and was monotheistic, and that man degenerated through the practice of magic. After the 5th day of studying the Vatican Codex, light began to break. I was now to translate whole sentences at a time, and to guess the meanings of unknown symbols. The opening sentences run thusly. Izamna ruled the sky, but because he was stretched throughout all space, was unable to see his own body. Therefore he filled the sky with blood in the form of a rain cloud. The Mayan word for rain cloud is the same as the word for steam, so this passage could be translated blood in the form of a gas. Then the drops of rain condensed and became the stars. Then Ahau, the sun, was appointed king of the stars. He gathered the fragments of cloud that were left and molded the earth. But before he was done, his wife Alagom Naum called to him, and he left the work half finished. Now the spirits who inhabited the cloud, the earth, had no bodies, and they lived in this state for many ages. The text gives the precise length of the period, until the cloud became the earth, and their bodies were of earth. The first remarkable thing about this passage is their apparent knowledge that the sun is a star. Ancient astronomers believed the sun to be a unique body at the center of the universe, quite unlike anything else. Next, there is the statement that the spirits who inhabited the cloud of blood were bodiless. Most primitive people believe that stones, trees, and so on, possess spirits. Before the earth had solidified, again, a remarkable idea for an ancient Maya, these spirits had no stones or trees to inhabit. But when the earth finally solidified, they were trapped inside it, still bodiless. The Vatican Codex goes on to describe the creation of mountains, groves of cypresses and pines, and how the mother goddess separated the waters into rivulets with a comb. In many respects, the text here resembles that of the Popol Vuh, which is probably based on it. Then, following the symbol of the dark god on the fifth sheet, there was a curious episode. Gatanatoa, the dark god, also known as Father Yig, descends to earth from the stars and attempts to rape the dawn goddess, who is bathing in the sea. She manages to escape, and his sperm rushes out over the earth, creating all living things. To judge by the Dresden Codex, the star from which Yig descends is to be identified with Arcturus. The lords of the earth rise up in fury and imprison Yig under the earth. His attempts to escape produce great cataclysms. Meanwhile, the seas are full of the tiny creatures from Yig's sperm. Again, this is either imaginative guesswork or the sign of a highly developed science capable of examining sperm under a microscope. Soon, these creatures emerge onto the land and become reptiles and animals. They are too many to be controlled by the Ancient Old Ones, and at this point, the Ancient Old Ones create man to be their servant. The account is quite unambiguous. They caused the earth to open. So the monkeys who were imprisoned below the mountain of Kukulkan, they kept them there for a period of a katun, 20 years. And when they came out, they had lost their hairs, and their skin was white from the darkness. Men now became the servants of the Ancient Old Ones, hunting animals, catching fishes, building temples. The world endured for a period of 1716 tun, or years, when the imprisoned Yig destroyed it by drawing a passing star down onto the earth, causing floods and lightning. The account that then follows of the subsequent 4 periods in the history of the earth is close to the account given by Montaigne, which I have already quoted. This is the substance of the Vatican Codex, which I translated into English. Littaway read my translation as I made it, night by night, and when I had finished, he read the whole thing aloud. Our feelings were mixed. Certainly, it was full of fascinating details, but in another sense, it told us nothing. How seriously could it be taken? It offered us an account of the Ancient Old Ones and of the creation of man that was consistent with the theory of neoteny. Yet, on the whole, they appeared as benevolent deities. Yig, the demon from the stars, seemed to be the principle of evil in the world. It should also be noted that men are the creation of Yig, since they developed from his sperm, although it was the Ancient Old Ones who redeemed them from beasthood and turned them into human beings. The morning after I had finished my translation, I woke up feeling curiously happy and expectant. The grass and the bare branches of the trees were covered with frost. The cool smell of the air brought back childhood memories of winter. For 3 weeks, I had been totally concentrated on the translation. I had worked at a rate that would have given me a nervous breakdown before my operation. Now I could again forget these obscure, confused stories of the remote past and look out at the infinite complexity and beauty of the universe. What did it really matter how man was created? We still didn't know who created the Ancient Old Ones, or Tloke Nahuake Izamna, the Creator himself. And surely existence itself is bound to remain the final unanswerable riddle. But there are all kinds of questions that are answerable, and that could take me closer to the basic nature of the life force. For example, the question of color and of the origin of the sexual impulse. Once again, I experienced that overwhelming joy in the universe that I had felt in London outside the V&A, but this time my consciousness of the world seemed larger, more complex. It was the mystic's sensation of oneness, of everything blending into everything else. Everything I looked at reminded me of something else, which also became present to my consciousness, as if I were simultaneously seeing a million worlds and smelling a million scents and hearing a million sounds, not mixed up, but each separate and clear. I was overwhelmed with a sense of my smallness in the face of this vast, beautiful, objective universe, this universe whose chief miracle is that it exists, as well as myself. It is no dream, but a great garden in which life is trying to obtain a foothold. I experienced a desire to burst into tears of gratitude. Then I controlled it, and the feeling subsided into a calm sense of immense, infinite beauty. When my eyes fell on the photographs of the Vatican Codex lying on the bedside table, it seemed rather absurd. Littleway was already eating breakfast, an unusually large breakfast of fried eggs, cheese, watercress, chicories, onions, and buttered toast. He said, "Ah, morning, Howard. Come and eat." "You're looking very cheerful." "I'm feeling very cheerful." I noticed the book beside his plate and glanced down at it. He said, "Ah, yes, it's an anthology of Elizabethan poetry. My wife used to be very fond of the Elizabethans. We used to read it aloud to one another. I'd forgotten how fond I used to be of poetry." I read a few lines from Marston. Quote, "Thou mightly gulf, insatiate cormorant, deride me not, though I seem petulant, to fall into thy chops." End quote. I was suddenly reminded of Lyell and his first wife, with a feeling of immense nostalgia, for the Lyells had been fond of Elizabethan madrigals and songs. I sat turning over the pages of the book as I ate my breakfast. I observed that the food and drink tasted better than I could ever remember. The coffee had a fragrance that reminded me of a shop in the Nottingham marketplace that ground its own coffee and filled the air with its smell. I said to Littleway, "I wonder how far one would be capable of experiencing an intensification of sensual pleasure. Psychedelic drugs increase visual awareness. Supposing all the senses were deepened." He nodded. "I was thinking something of the sort myself this morning. I happened to be shaving with a hand razor. I've let my battery get flat, and using the old stick of shaving soap with a brush. I haven't used it in years. The smell of the soap was suddenly quite intense. It almost made me dizzy, like walking into a perfumer's shop. My mother once had a burglar who broke every bottle of perfume in her bedroom. I can still remember the smell. I thought it was delicious." And indeed, it came to me that our senses are usually quite flat. Unless we are really hungry, we don't taste food with any intensity, but there are moments when you taste food with the delight a drowning man feels as he gulps down a lungful of air, or when a spring morning seems to soak into the senses with a delight that borders on pain. What would happen if the senses were fully awake, so that every taste or sight or sound produced deep echoes throughout one's being? Suddenly, it seemed to me that I had found a subject really worth the fullest investigation, to find what man is capable of becoming when he is fully awake. The body's dullness cuts us off from the outside world. But supposing one became totally aware of the world so that every perception became a symphony played with full orchestra. I ate a much larger breakfast than usual, and I felt sleepy afterwards. The sun had come out, so I put on my overcoat and went for a walk, for the first time for months. A girl came running past me, a schoolgirl of about 10, carrying a school satchel with a small mongrel running beside her. Her cheeks were pink from the cold, and her hair bounced up and down as she ran. Again, I was overtaken by the tremendous nostalgia. I have remarked that I found most women unattractive since my operation because they seemed too earthbound, trapped in the heaviness of the flesh. but the girl running past me was like a vision of the eternal feminine. No doubt she was a very ordinary schoolgirl who would marry a local farm laborer, but she was also far more than that, more than she could possibly understand. She contained the whole history of womankind with its craving for motherhood and domestic security. A young farm laborer passed me. I suddenly understood what Traherne meant when he said that men looked to him like angels. Again, it was a matter of seeing through to the inward vitality, the essence, what Boehme called the signature. I smiled at the farm laborer, and he smiled back and said, "Mornin', sir." I felt suddenly very happy. My senses kept registering quite ordinary things with a pleasant shock, and I also found myself thinking with nostalgia about women I had known, about Lady Jane and her pretty French maid Juliet, about Dick's wife Nancy. I was suddenly aware of the world as a huge sexual roundabout, and for a moment I ceased to be either male or female, but became both, so that I could feel simultaneously the delight of a man as he enters the softness of a girl, and the delight of the girl as she feels his maleness inside her. I spent the remainder of the walk trying to grasp the essence of the sexual mystery. It struck me that it has much in common with the mystery of music. Enjoyment of music is intentional. That is to say, you can cultivate a love of music, learn to enjoy things you didn't enjoy before, and so on. But there is also some strange element in music, something in the shape of a melody or the sounds of a harmony, that is already there, quite apart from what we put into it. This is why Schoenberg's 12-tone system contains a hidden fallacy that invalidates the whole idea. And the same goes for sex. I was still thinking about this when I got back to Langton Place. To my surprise, there were sounds of music coming from the sitting room in Roger's half. Claretta had been away for the past few weeks on a visit to her parents in Italy, yet here was the music of Handel's Samson thundering over the lawns. I knocked cautiously and peeped in through the door. Claretta was sitting in front of the fire, her eyes closed, letting the sound flow over her like water. She looked sunburned and much prettier than I remembered her. I sat down quietly and listened to the music. When it was finished, she opened her eyes and looked surprised and pleased to see me. We talked about Roger and other subjects, and I found myself thinking, how very pleasant to be a human being, quite apart from this obsessive drive for knowledge and power. I was perfectly aware that she was attracted to me, and I felt a distinct sexual interest in her, an interest that seemed to go beyond the physical, that seemed to be an awareness of her feminine essence. After a while, she herself suggested playing more music, and I sat listening to it. It was the Handel Bruck's Passion. I had a sensation of the music binding us together, as if there were no clear distinction between her inner nature and mine. I was also surprised that I had ever found her unsympathetic. It was suddenly clear that all human beings can enter into a close, deep communion if they will make the effort to break through the normal barriers of pettiness and self-absorption. This was an interesting idea that had never really struck me before, the idea that the whole human race might eventually enter into such deep sympathy that everyone will care as much for the other people's welfare as his own, so that everyone treats every other member of the human race as a mother treats her baby, with a deep, open sympathy. The idea seemed to me so beautiful that I felt close to tears. It was so clear that this would solve every problem, that there is enough of everything to go round, that all misery could be eliminated, that the problem of the population explosion would cease to be insoluble when everyone felt this deep mutual understanding. All the human race needs to move to an entirely new stage of its evolution is this vital recognition that, spiritually speaking, it is a single organism. It came to me that Jesus had been a visionary of the most incredible order, that he had seen something that will one day seem self-evident. Before the music came to an end, I stood up and tiptoed out of the room. She was still lying with her eyes closed, her legs resting on a leathern hassock, the broad peasant dress she was wearing falling loosely around the upper part of her thighs. For a moment I was tempted to lean over and kiss her forehead. Then I had a clear insight that she would take this as an advance. So I went up to my room and sat by the window, fascinated by this great richness of feeling that was welling up in me, tinging everything with a curious radiance, Treherne's strange glory. I continued to study the Mayas, but in a rather half-hearted way. Since I had now worked out the meaning of most of the glyphs, I was in a position to translate the unknown 2/3 of the remaining 3 codices. They revealed nothing new, but at least there was a certain intellectual pleasure in the manipulation of these strange symbols. What now gave me far more pleasure was to spend hours every day playing music, recalling the long, pleasant days at Sneinton. Everyone has experienced this feeling, to suddenly recall clearly a part of one's own past, and to realize that one's life has been far richer and more interesting than one normally allows. Even the less pleasant times in the past can bring this same feeling of affirmation, of how delightful life is if one didn't have to live it with one's nose to the grindstone. I felt a deep, very powerful desire simply to contemplate the beautiful complexity of the universe. I wasn't worried about lotus eating, for I was sure it would pass off in its own good time and leave me ready for action. My translations made it clear that Littleway's guesses about the Mayas had been correct. I wrote to Jackley and Evans, enclosing parts of my translation, explaining how I had arrived at my results. The following day, Jackley rang me. "My dear boy, this is simply unbelievable. I don't know how you've done it, but you've certainly done it. I really can't apologize enough." He went on to explain how his annoyance with Littleway had been based on his feeling that Littleway had become a crank, a faddist, rather than a serious investigator. "If I'd only known how seriously you were both working," and so on. The apology was handsome and complete. He was also, of course, tremendously excited about my decipherment of the remaining 2/3 of the Maya symbology and asked when he could see my complete results. It was only 11:30 in the morning. I had a number of things I wanted to do in London. I offered to drive down immediately. Jackley said he would put me up in his flat overnight if I would like to spend the evening with him. Littleway was also pressed to come, but he had promised to visit Roger that afternoon. So, at 1:00, I drove off to London in my own car, with the translation and the photographs in the boot. I drove carefully, although I no longer felt that they were hostile to me. It was as well that I did. I came close to having 3 accidents. In one case, a car I was overtaking swerved out into my lane without warning, causing me to lose control for a moment. The other 2 occasions were too involved to describe, but seemed to indicate that the drivers were not paying attention. I found myself wondering whether they had really declared a truce, then decided that all 3 near accidents could be coincidence. I was also pondering another question that had been occupying my mind a great deal of late, whether we should not publish the results of the brain operation, or at least persuade a few intelligent people to undergo it. What would happen if Littleway and I met with an accident? Would it not be better to risk the consequences of making it public? It was one of those clear, cool afternoons in late November, with that gray autumnal smell in the air. I parked the car in the courtyard of the British Museum and walked down to Piccadilly, then to St. James's Square. It was strange how completely my feelings about London had changed since the last time I had been here. At that time, I had seen it as an enormous zoo. Now I realized this was because I had been too involved. Now I felt soaked in its atmosphere and its history. It seemed tragic that so many great writers had lived and worked in this city, and all had lived too close to it. Quote, "Close-upness deprives us of meaning." End quote. Yet they had lived and worked bravely, and died in the usual frustration and exhaustion. Blake, Carlyle, Ruskin, Wells, Shaw, all visionaries. And I was getting the reward they should have had, able to hold the world at arm's length, to see its meaning, to grasp something of the complex pattern. Whitehead said, "Life implies a certain absoluteness of self-enjoyment, and human beings have developed the mind, the imagination, to this end. And all these people around me should be capable of this contemplative detachment that made life seem so wholly good to me." I had a cup of tea in the Strand Lions for the pleasure of recalling old times, then walked up St. Martin's Lane and back to the museum, experiencing all the time this cool, flowing delight. The sight of two pretty students walking up the steps of the museum ahead of me brought another idea. Supposing I looked for an intelligent girl as a candidate for the brain operation, might we not produce children who were born with this faculty of contemplative objectivity? Jackley was in his office, a short, dynamic man who looks much younger than his 57 years. There was also a girl and two small children aged about 5 and 3. Jackley said, "Ah, my dear chap, I'm so glad to see you. This is my niece, Barbara. Like a cup of tea? I'll be ready to leave in 10 minutes, if you could just excuse me." The small girl, who introduced herself as Bridget, asked me whether it was time for Captain Marveau yet. I gathered that he was a TV character who came on at 5 o'clock. Her mother assured her there was still time to get home for Captain Marveau. The 5-year-old boy asked me if I owned an airplane. When I said no, he looked disappointed. "Uncle Robbie says you're a translator." Evidently he thought this was something like a navigator. Their mother was tall and slim, although obviously about 6 months pregnant. I liked her calm, intelligent face and the large gray eyes. She said she had read my letter to Jackley and wanted to know how long I'd been studying the Maya language. I said evasively, "Oh, quite a long time." She said, "Uncle Robin's really a bit embarrassed. He feels he's made an utter fool of himself. I must say I can't imagine him getting furious with anybody. It's just not like him." In order to steer the subject away from these topics, I took out the photographs of the Vatican Codex and showed her the pictures of the Maya deities and demons. The small girl looked at a grimacing picture of the god of destruction plunging a double-headed spear into a dog-like creature and asked, "Why does he look so frightened?" For a moment I thought she meant the dog, then realized she was pointing to the demon. It suddenly struck me that she was right, and that she had seen more deeply than I had. Why this dreadful, menacing grimace? It was the reverse of the terrible mirth of the turquoise skull. This was basically fear, not strength. When Jackley came back, and I had finished the tea that his secretary brought me, we left the museum. When Matthew, the boy, saw my red touring car, he declared his intention of riding in it. So the mother and children drove with me, and she directed me to Jackley's flat off the King's Road. I felt intensely curious about this quiet, obviously intelligent girl. Although there was nothing strange about this, I had felt the same immense curiosity about the waitress who served me in Lyons. She mentioned that she lived in Dorset and was staying in her uncle's flat. I asked her what her husband did, and she said he was a painter. Then she added, "But we're separated now. I'm divorcing him." "Didn't you get on together?" "It wasn't that. He's terribly unstable." She added in a lower voice, "Apart from which, he's gone off with somebody else." "And what do you intend to do?" "I'm doing some secretarial work for Uncle Robin. I'd like time to think things out." I said on impulse, "If you're interested, you could do some work for us, myself and Littleway." This was true. Littleway had been saying only that morning that he needed a part-time secretary to deal with his correspondence. "What about the children?" "He wouldn't mind them. They seem quiet enough." She smiled. "You don't know them." When we got out of the car, half an hour later, it seemed we had known one another for years. It was very like the feeling I had had with Claretta, of a deep telepathic sympathy. The children watched television while Barbara prepared a meal, and Jackley and I sat in his study and talked about the Vatican Codex. I didn't like lying about it, but there was no alternative. I had to give him the impression that I had been studying Maya symbology for years, and that many of my conclusions had been reached by long and complicated reflection, for it was impossible to explain to him the mental processes by which I had reached my conclusions. They would have struck him as guesswork. Luckily, Jackley regarded himself as a complete amateur in the field, although his knowledge was very considerable, and he assumed my knowledge was much wider than his own. So when I attributed some piece of reasoning to William Gates or Worf or Norazov, he didn't press me for exact references. As we talked, I was struck by his painstaking honesty and decency. It was hard to imagine how he could have become so enraged with Littleway, and disquieting to think that they possessed such power. We went back into the sitting room to watch the news and have a drink. The small boy made much of me, asking questions about the car, and the girl followed his example. Later I told them a story in bed, with their mother sitting on the side of the bed beside me. I told them a variant of Beauty and the Beast, and when it was finished, an event occurred that struck me as odd. The small boy said suddenly, "There aren't really such things as monsters, are there?" In fact, I had been thinking of the children thrown into the well at Chichen Itza, and of the dark gods who demanded such propitiation. The question took me unawares, and I flinched, although not physically. Barbara was smoothing the hair of the small girl, her arm lightly touching me as she reached past me. She suddenly flinched, physically, and looked at me for a moment with fright in her eyes. I said, "What is it?" She said, "Nothing. Somebody walked over my grave." But when I left the bedroom a few minutes later, I knew that in some curious way she was in direct mental communication with me, as if we were two telephone subscribers whose lines had accidentally crossed. But why? It is true that I had been consciously toying with the possibility that she might be the girl I was looking for, someone to share our secret, to undergo the operation. It was not simply her beauty that attracted me, although her soft oval face was extremely attractive. I suppose it was seeing her with her children, recognizing that she was a mother as well as an intelligent girl. I liked Claretta, but she stood for herself. She wanted a man for personal reasons, as a lover. This girl wanted a husband in a perfectly disinterested way, because she loved her children and wanted to bring them up with as many advantages as possible. It gave her an advantage over a single girl, made her maturer. But that did not explain the definite telepathic contact. And it was now for the first time that I began to suspect. What interest could they have in bringing us together? And the answer was appallingly obvious, because I would be more vulnerable with a wife and children. The thoughts that followed were deeply disturbing. Had all these mystical insights during this whole period of truce been nothing more than an attempt to lull me into false security? for the plain and obvious fact was that I had lost interest in them since I had completed the translation. I was strongly inclined to accept the view that the ancient old ones were fundamentally benevolent. And was this not the whole point of the Vatican Codex? That they had been constantly on the side of the human race? During the course of the evening, I suppressed my misgivings, knowing that they would communicate themselves to her. I was not too worried. They seemed to have no direct power over me, and I could easily be mistaken about their hostility. I would wait until returning to Langton Place before really examining the matter. Now, I was aware that there was a kind of telepathic contact between us. It was interesting to observe how it operated. By an act of intentionality, I could become aware of her consciousness. It reminded me of an occasion when I visited the marine laboratory in Florida and listened to the voices of fishes through earphones, the same odd underwater sensation. I could become aware of its forward flow, of its intentions and preoccupations. When the girl woke up and cried, I became aware immediately of her attention in my own consciousness, as if it were the ringing of an electric bell. She had no conscious suspicion that we were in telepathic communication, but she was instinctively aware of it. Jackley gave us one or two odd looks during the course of the evening. I think he suspected that we had known one another before. He was also surprised when we studied the photographs, with Barbara looking on at the speed at which she seemed to catch the meaning of the glyphs. Towards midnight, when Jackley was out of the room for a moment, she asked, "Does that offer still hold?" I said casually, "Of course." "Hadn't you better ask Sir Henry first?" "I don't think so. I'll ring him in the morning before we set out." I knew, without having to ask, that she wanted to come back with me. In a way, it was a relief when we retired to bed. The constant communication was broken, and I could think without danger of her overhearing me. I was sleeping on a bed settee in the sitting room, and she was sleeping in a single bed in the study. The children occupied a double bed in the spare bedroom. There was a great deal to think about. I could not, as far as I knew, establish this telepathic communication by an act of will. It had happened occasionally with Littleway, but only when there was a conscious effort by both of us. What, then, had happened in this case? I assumed they were in some way responsible. How had they achieved it? The most obvious and sensible step would be to somehow break communication with her. If I had suspected at an earlier stage what was happening, this would have been easy. It would merely be a matter of maintaining normal social relations. If I did it at this stage, she would be hurt and bewildered, and although I knew in theory that this might be the best course, I couldn't bring myself to do it. I had an odd feeling of well-being, and although I couldn't determine whether this was another trick, it seemed pointless to reject it, so I fell peacefully asleep. I was awakened at about 3 o'clock when the girl woke up and cried. Barbara came out of her room holding a torch and went in the children's bedroom. She was there for about 10 minutes, and I could hear her talking in whispers. Then she came out again, hesitated for a moment, then leaned over the back of the settee where she could see me. I glanced up at her and made only the slightest movement, pushing back the bedclothes. She understood, and a moment later was lying beside me. We lay without speaking, and a deep feeling of satisfaction came over me. Now that our bodies were in contact, I was aware of the actual flavor of her consciousness, as if it was a unique taste. I was even aware of the baby inside her. There was no sexual excitement. Making love is an attempt to bring about a closer intimacy, and we had already established this. She slept beside me until 6 a.m, then went back to her own bed. I lay there trying to analyze the satisfaction that comes from marriage, and wondering how far Plato's myth about divided souls seeking their other half is correct. I was aware that in taking this step, I had placed both of us in danger, not to mention her children, but I also knew it had brought things to a head. There would be no more fighting in the dark. Jackley left us shortly after 8:30 to go to the museum. I left the photographs of the codex and my translation with him. At about 9:30, just as Barbara was finishing her packing, he rang us from the museum. "I've been showing your translation to a colleague here, Otto Carolyi. He'd very much like to meet you. Do you have time to call in here before you set out?" I said I had. I wasn't anxious to meet Carolyi. I knew nothing about him, but it wasn't too inconvenient. Carolyi proved to be a short, broad-shouldered man with a long head and hatchet-like nose, who spoke with a strong Hungarian accent. Jackley introduced him as the author of the monumental Creation Myths. He had the great charm that so many cultured mid-Europeans possess. The three of us, Barbara had taken the children for a walk, went down to the staff restaurant for coffee. Carolyi, I discovered, was a Jungian. He saw myths as pure poetry, the earliest creation of the human spirit. He considered the Vatican Codex so important that it should have had a prominent place in his immense work, and compared himself wryly to Bertrand Russell, who had just finished the Principia Mathematica when a letter from Frege proved the whole thing redundant. In any case, he would have to write a long appendix to the English translation on the Maya myth of creation. We continued to talk long after Jackley had had to return to his office, discussing Jung, Fromm, and the whole mythopoeic movement in psychology. I was impressed by the depth of his insight. It demonstrated to me that a man does not need to possess time vision to grasp the realities of history. I was tempted to set him right on a number of points, but realized that he would want to know how I knew. So I contented myself by disguising some of my insights as hypotheses. And then, just as we were leaving, he startled me by saying, "You know a great deal more than you are willing to tell me." I decided not to deny it. I said, "Perhaps, but I'm afraid I can't discuss that for the time being." He said, "I understand, but when you can discuss it, I would be happy if you would remember me." I said, "I promise I will." As we stood on the steps of the museum, I said, "By the way, have you ever come across any other creation myths that involve strange forces that inhabit the earth?" He thought for a moment, then shook his head. "Not in the sense of your Maya scripture. There are plenty of myths of monsters, and the Vahongve Makoni tribe in what was southern Rhodesia has a myth of a dark god from the stars, but nothing like your ancient old ones." As I was reversing the car, he came up and leaned in at the window. He was smiling. "I have just thought of an absurd parallel to your Maya legend. Have you ever heard of the Evangelista case?" "No." "It was a murder case in Detroit in the late 20s. I won't go into the details." His eyes gestured towards the children. "But the victim was the leader of a religious cult. He wrote an enormous Bible about the ancient history of the world, and I seem to remember strange beings like your ancient old ones. I may be able to send you an account of the case, if you're interested." I said, "Thank you. I'd be very interested indeed." I was being polite. The drive back was uneventful. We drove across country instead of up the M1, arriving back at mid-afternoon. I had phoned Littleway before we left London. He was obviously pleased at the idea of having a woman around the house. The children took to him immediately. It was clear that our arrangement was going to be a success. I told Littleway about Carolyi, although I forgot to mention the murder case. It struck me that we might risk taking Carolyi into our confidence and persuading him to undergo the operation. He struck me as the kind of person we needed as an ally. After supper, when Barbara had gone to bed, he said, "Charming girl. Are you thinking of marrying her?" "I think so. It's time I got married." "Oh, quite so. But don't you think it could be dangerous?" "In what way?" I knew what he meant, but wanted to hear him say it. "I've been wondering if all this couldn't be a trap. I was looking at Roger in hospital this afternoon. That poor devil's been through hell. I don't think he'll ever be really sane again. I can't believe that these things can be all that benevolent." "I know. I thought of that." "I had an unpleasant experience while you were away. I decided to have another go at reading the basalt statue." We used the word reading for the attempt to exercise time vision on objects. I made quite an effort, kept at it for the best part of an hour. Then I suddenly got the feeling that the damned things were somehow around this place, looking in the windows. It really felt unpleasant. In fact, Claretta felt it too. She insisted on sleeping in the spare bedroom in this part of the house. Did you get the feeling that they could have done any harm? I don't know. It's hard to say. It was just a prickly, nasty feeling, as if you knew a man-eating tiger was watching you through the window. Not in the house itself, then? No, not in the house. The next morning, a book parcel arrived from London. It contained 2 books, an American paperback called Murder by Persons Unknown, and a battered blue volume without lettering on the spine whose title page read, "The Oldest History of the World, Discovered by Occult Science in Detroit, Michigan." The story of the Evangelista murder case was contained in the paperback. On the morning of July 3rd, 1929, a man went into a house on St. Aubin Avenue in Detroit and found the owner, Benjamino Evangelista, decapitated in his office. The police discovered that Evangelista's wife and 4 daughters, whose ages ranged between 18 months and 8 years, had also been murdered, and there had been an attempt to amputate the arm of Evangelista's wife and one of the children. The police came to believe that the murder weapon was a machete. It was subsequently discovered that Evangelista was the leader of a religious cult and claimed to possess supernatural powers. He also claimed that he received supernatural revelation every morning between midnight and 3 a.m., and that this had enabled him to write his Oldest History of the World in 3 volumes between 1906 and 1926. No clue to the murders was ever found. None of Evangelista's followers were ever located. A man called Tecchio, whom the police suspected, died 5 years later when a certain amount of evidence against him had accumulated. The case is still unsolved. I turned to the oldest history. It was written in a curious foreign English. Quote, "By the willingness of God, my respect to this nation, I shall do my best to tell you about the world before God was created up to this last generation." End quote. The book was full of allusions to a prophet male, who may have been Evangelista himself in some previous incarnation. Male traveled all over the world with 2 assistants, aiding the righteous and bringing the evil to justice. The book was full of violence and fantastic events. At a casual glance, it seemed a typical piece of ordinary crank literature, badly written and frequently misspelled. And then a passage on page 11 arrested my attention. Quote, "In the Necronomicon, it is told how the Dark Ones came to the earth from the stars and created men to be their servants." End quote. I caught my breath as if I had suddenly plunged into cold water. This had been written around 1906, long before Lovecraft invented the Necronomicon by the mad Arab Abdul Alhazred. Even in 1926, when the oldest history was finished, Lovecraft was still an apprentice writer. There could be no doubt that Necronomicon was a misprint or misspelling of Necronomicon, for it occurs again on page 28 as Necronomicon, and again on page 214 it describes how the prophet Mael brings about the destruction of Prince Trampol because he is a dabbler in the magical mysteries of the Necronomicon. Suddenly, without possibility of doubt, I knew one thing. Evangelista had been destroyed by them, that is, by someone deliberately driven half-mad by them, and imbued with an insane grudge against the whole Evangelista family. I showed Little Way the book, and he immediately asked the question that had already occurred to me. If the oldest history contained matters that they wanted kept secret, why had they allowed the book to fall into our hands? It would have been easy enough to influence Carolyi's mind against me and make him decide not to post it. And then, as I read through the oldest history, I thought I understood the reason. The book was an incredible farrago of nonsense. Parts of it may have been inspired, but for the most part it was the attempt of a semi-literate, with a touch of the rogue about him, to imitate the Bible. I could also discern the influence of the Book of Mormon. Apart from the sentence about the Dark Ones creating men, there was nothing very profound or interesting about the oldest history, and yet certain things emerged quite clearly. For some reason, Evangelista had developed some strange faculty of visionary second sight. There was probably some truth in his assertion that he received his revelations between midnight and 3 a.m. every day. He had no power to distinguish between the turbid fantasies of his own subconscious mind and genuine moments of time vision, but his endless attempts to peer into distant epochs of time, combined perhaps with some brain abnormality — second sight is often associated with head injuries — had given him glimpses into the pre-Pleistocene period of the ancient Old Ones. I have said that it is easier to see remote epochs than more recent ones. He may have started as a slightly unbalanced charlatan, but his awareness that many of his visions were genuine glimpses of the past, for they bear a stamp of reality that makes them unmistakable, may well have convinced him that he was a reincarnation of the prophet Mael, destined, like Joseph Smith, to found a great religion, and if all 3 volumes of his oldest history had appeared, he might well have succeeded. At the time he was murdered, he had converted the basement of his house into a kind of chapel, draped with green cloth, with bestial malformed figures made of papier-mâché suspended from wires above the altar, and a great eye made to glow with an electric bulb as a centerpiece. Was this a symbol of the ancient Old Ones, of whose constant surveillance he was aware? The second 2 volumes of his work were still in manuscript at the time of his death. Were there more revelations of the ancient Old Ones in them? It seems likely, for the faculty of time vision grows with practice. And suddenly it was clear why they had allowed the oldest history to reach me. It was a warning. I now had a family, and Little Way's brother had already attempted one murder. The inference was clear. It could be war or peace, as I chose. I must admit that it would have taken a great deal to make me endanger my family. Shaw asks, quote, "Is there a father's heart as well as a mother's?" End quote. And to me, the answer is self-evidently yes. That Bridget and Matthew were not my own children made no difference. They kept me in a perpetual state of amusement. It was obvious that they both needed a father's attention. Matthew approached me after they had been in the house for 2 days and asked me, "Are you going to marry Mummy?" I said, "I expect so." "Oh, good. I'll go and tell her." Everything in the house fascinated them. They had lived in a small farm cottage and had never been inside a large house. During the first week or so, they would disappear completely, and we would find them in the attic, covered in dust and draped in old curtains, or building a house out of tea chests in the cellar. Their father had never been able to buy them toys, so they were easily satisfied, having learnt to invent their own amusements. It gave me pleasure to take them around the big shops in Leicester and let them make a list of the things they wanted Father Christmas to bring them. I think that perhaps the immediate strength of my feeling for them was due to the telepathic link with their mother, so that her feelings communicated themselves to me. It was an unpleasant thought that I owed so much pleasure to them. Shortly after Christmas, Barbara left on a visit to her parents in Cartmel, and once again I found my thoughts turning to the Dark Ones. Since reading the oldest history, I had been working on other matters, questions of philosophy and astrophysics. Bennett's immense work on radio astronomy was just out, and both Littleway and I found it absorbing, so much so that we bought 2 copies so we could read it at the same time. But periodically my mind returned to the problem of them, toying with the unanswered questions. How did they interfere with our minds? What was their purpose? How powerful were they? The day after Barbara left, Roger came out of hospital. He looked old and very thin, but his eyes still had the same intense glow. On the first evening, Littleway invited Roger and Claretta for dinner. Roger was slightly drunk when he came in at 7:30. I was immediately aware that he felt a contemptuous hostility towards Littleway and myself. Claretta had told him about Barbara. He said, "I hear you've become a family man." And his meaning was very clear. He saw me as a comfortable, dull stick in the mud, completely devoted to abstractions, completely ignorant of reality. He proved to be a tiresome guest. He drank a great deal of wine with his meal, on top of whiskey, and then went back to whiskey afterwards. And he seemed to become more preoccupied, as if listening for something. Then he picked up a volume of Carolyi's Myths of Creation and began talking about savage tribes and human sacrifice. His talk was incoherent, but this central point was fairly clear, that the savage, with his dark myths and nightmarish rituals, understands something that civilized man, particularly such poor specimens as myself and Littleway, had forgotten. Periodically he would pause and seem to listen, then gabble on again, the words at times coming so fast that they were indistinguishable. Suddenly he looked at me with an odd smile and said, "No, my name's not Renfield," then went on talking about the headhunters of Borneo. Littleway and Claretta missed the significance of the remark, but I was electrified, for it had come into my head that Roger was like Renfield, the maniac in Dracula who eats flies and spiders and listens for the voice of his master. Perhaps he reminded me of the actor who played Renfield in the old Lugosi version of Dracula. At all events, the notion had stuck in my mind and had kept recurring to me as I listened to the flow of his voice. It meant that Roger was somehow able to read my thoughts, that his mind and mine were on the same wavelength, and this was incredible, for I had absolutely no feeling of mental contact with him, none of the instinctive sympathy that I felt for Barbara or Littleway. And now I was reminded of something I had half forgotten, that evening with the Mudd family in the old rectory in Croxley Green. So many things had happened since, and my interest in psychical phenomena was so slight that I had never really thought about that evening. Now I remembered how I had been able to listen in on the vibrations that emanated from the various minds in the house, and finally to control them. I had done this by withdrawing from them, by sinking into a semi-trance state in which I felt suspended outside time. I certainly had no telepathic sympathy with any of the people concerned. It was simply a matter of detachment, and because I was familiar with this house and with Roger and Henry and Claretta, it had not occurred to me to perform the same act of detachment. I turned and stared into the fire so that my abstraction would not be apparent, and I toyed with the glass of wine on the arm of my chair to give the impression that I was listening with mild impatience. Then I launched myself into a sea of serenity, ignoring my personality, my interest in the people in the room, as if observing the earth from some distant point in space. I ceased to hear Roger's voice, ceased to be aware of the room. Then I became aware of the vibrations. They came from Roger, and they were very similar to the disturbances in the old rectory. They were basically negative. I could also sense Claretta's feelings, her attachment to Roger, her failure to feel any sympathy for this violent stranger. Littleway's vibrations were disturbed, but controlled. To a large extent, Roger's troubles were the result of his own attitude. Mentally, he was static. He had ceased to develop many years before, so he was an easy victim. All he needed to keep him violently neurotic was a certain isolation and a few obsessions. His own frustrated vitality did the rest. I focused my time vision on Roger, completing the epoch, the act of detachment, trying to intuit him purely as an object. And as I did so, I became aware of an interesting fact about them. Their power was low. Roger had been an easy victim. They had no power over Littleway and myself because we were moving too quickly. With a sudden surge of cheerfulness, I allowed my own mind to interfere with Roger's vibrations, using the same technique that I had used at the old rectory, that is, redirecting the alien vibrations with the minimum of effort. This is the same principle as getting a car into motion by rocking it. To begin with, I simply allowed my own vibrations to coincide with Roger's. Then I began to increase their force, so that Roger's flow of words, which had slowed down for a moment, became a torrent. I began trying to influence his mind by projecting images. I imagined an immense spider with a man trapped in its web. Immediately, Roger said, "The Phoenicians had a spider god called Atlach-Nasha, who came from the planet Saturn with Sathogua. He was imprisoned beneath a mountain in northern Siberia. He spends eternity spinning webs across a tremendous gulf. Do you know how often giant spiders turn up in savage mythology? Of course you don't, but I do, and I bet your friend Karolyi does too." And so on. What amazed me was the depth of the level from which his images were emerging. In effect, Roger was creating a dream made of words, a sort of mad, free association of images, which meant that he could go on talking without a pause for breath. There was very little logic in his talk, and that little was accidental. I remembered something else. I had seen Atlach-Nasha, the spider god, mentioned in one of the occult texts I had been studying. Had Roger read the same text, or the idea seemed barely thinkable. Could he be drawing direct from the ancient old ones? I tried projecting another image from the same occult text, this time of Azathoth, the blind idiot god who rules from outside space and time, and whose gibbering is the sound of chaos. Roger said immediately, "And then there's Azathoth, who led the Old Ones in their rebellion against the Elder Gods and was thrown out of the universe of dimensional space into a blind hyperspace." I said casually, hardly interrupting the flow of his conversation, "But what is he afraid of?" "What do you think?" Roger said, without pausing for a moment. "How would you like to be tied hand and foot? He's in a wilderness, and he doesn't know the way out because he's asleep and dreaming. It's a damn good thing for us they're all asleep, because they'd make short work of us otherwise. They've got to hurry, or we might beat them to it, because we're asleep too. It's like putting a snake's egg in the same nest with an eagle's egg. Which one hatches first and destroys the other? I said, "But how did they fall asleep if they were once awake?" This time, Roger stopped. I turned and looked at him. He started to say something, then stopped as if a hand had seized his throat. I was seeing him from a position of total detachment, as if examining him through a microscope. A look of horror came into his eyes. Then his lips parted, and a strange croaking sound came out, which changed into a wailing scream. His head jerked back suddenly, and he fell sideways out of his chair, his head striking the carpet. His body was rigid, his tongue tightly clenched between his teeth, so that a sort of bloody foam ran down the side of his mouth. He jerked several times, his whole body, like a steel spring, then became unconscious. Claretta screamed and jumped up. Littleway said, "It's all right. It's a mild epileptic fit. He used to have them as a child." We picked Roger up and carried him to the settee. Littleway's eyes met mine briefly, and I knew that he guessed what had happened. 10 minutes later, the congestion disappeared from Roger's face, and it became gray. The rhythm of his breathing changed. It became soft and regular. Littleway said, "I think he'd better sleep here. I'll get a blanket." It took another half hour to comfort and soothe Claretta. Then she went to bed. Littleway and I sat by the fire, talking. I explained what had happened. As we talked, Roger muttered in his sleep, then opened his eyes and sat up. He said, "What the hell happened?" I said, "You fell asleep, that's all." He groaned. "I've got a filthy headache. Where's Claretta? Gone to bed? Lazy devil." I said that she had been worried about him. "Yes, I know. She's a good girl, really. I'm very fond of her. I'll probably follow your example and marry her, if she'll have me." He stood up and yawned. "I think I'll go to bed. Nice supper. Thank you both for being so decent. I really appreciate it." He went out. Littleway and I looked at one another. There was no need to express the thought aloud. Roger was obviously cured. They had realized the danger of a permanent psychic link with him. He could give away their secrets, so they had left him. But for how long? Roger's image of an eagle and a snake in the same nest struck us both as ominous. So it was a race against time. But why? What was at stake, and how could they be asleep when their activities showed them to be conscious and calculating? I woke up the next day feeling oddly tired and depressed, and realized that I had overslept by 2 hours. The period of truce was over. They were attacking again. It took me about half an hour of mental effort to restore my brain to clarity. Then I went to Littleway's room. He was taking a shower. I called into the bathroom to ask him how he felt. He shouted, "Pretty awful. Got a headache." I found Claretta sitting by the window, staring out at the falling rain. She was obviously depressed. She told me Roger was still asleep. I went up to his room. He was covered only by a sheet. The bedclothes were all over the floor. The pillow itself was damp with sweat. Roger looked awful, and his hair plastered across his forehead with perspiration, and his skin a yellowy gray. He was sleeping with his mouth open, and his eyes looked sunken. I sat on the windowsill looking out into the garden and induced the mood of quiet. It was difficult. They were resisting, trying to distract me. But after a few seconds, I accomplished it. It was immediately clear that they were back. The room vibrated with the peculiar, morbid violence that I had first experienced on Stonehenge. I did exactly as I had done the night before, entered into the rhythm of Roger's disordered imaginings, and began to exert a very slight pressure in the same direction. He seemed to be dreaming of a city terrorized by two embodiments of evil, Toveo the Doomster and Yaotzin the Enemy, who were waylaying travelers and burying their bodies in a swamp. Periodically, half-decomposed corpses were dug up and left in the town square. I could tell that his dream was a variant of the legends of Tezcatlipoca, Lord of the Night Wind. I was fairly certain that Roger would wake up before I could achieve any results. My chief hope was that he would not have another attack of epilepsy. So I exerted pressure very slowly and cautiously. He began to mutter in his sleep. The muttering would have sounded incoherent to any other person, but since I was already inside his dream, I could understand what he was trying to say. He was speaking about a creature called the Headhunter, who only walked abroad in the moonlight. He was now jerking and sweating. I knew it could only be a matter of minutes before he woke up. I stood by the side of the bed and whispered, "Where can I find the Necronomicon?" I remembered that Evangelista also spoke of it as Al-Azif in the oldest history, so I asked him, "Where is Al-Azif?" I repeated the question several times in a whisper. His mind was becoming a confusion of opposed forces, and I saw that he was about to wake up. Then he said something that sounded like, "The ladder." The image that accompanied it in his mind vanished too quickly for me to be able to grasp it. Then his eyes were staring up at me with an expression of shock. I smiled at him. "You were having nightmares." He said, "Give me a cigarette, for Christ's sake." From the tone of his voice, I knew that they had gone. Claretta brought him coffee and bacon. I stayed talking with him for 10 minutes, long enough to verify that he was back to normal, then went to report to Littleway. He was eating kippers and buttering toast with an appetite that showed he was feeling better. I told him what had happened. He said, "What a pity we didn't know all this earlier. While Roger was really sick, we might have tried hypnotizing him." I said, "They might come back." But I was not hopeful. Thinking about it later that morning, it struck me that Roger's delay in waking up afforded a certain clue. If they were fully conscious, they would have made sure he woke up as soon as I entered the bedroom, or at least have severed contact with him. As it was, I had almost caught them unawares, and yet they had resisted my effort to establish contemplative objectivity as I sat on the windowsill. Obviously, they failed to connect this with Roger, even though I had done the same thing the night before. They were either very stupid or their defense system was somehow automatic and slow to react. This was confirmed by Roger's assertion that they were asleep. In that case, we had the advantage. Littleway and I were awake, but how could this advantage be pressed? Littleway came in an hour later. He said, "I've been thinking about what Roger said. The ladder. I've been looking through the index of the World Atlas to find a place that sounds like the ladder. There are several in India and Burma, but it just struck me. Are you sure he said the ladder? Could it have been Philater?" Philater? Where's that? There's Philadelphia. If you started to say Philadelphia and then broke off, Philadel. I slapped him on the shoulder. "My God, Henry, what genius. You're probably right." "Well, it's possible. The only trouble is, how do we find out whether there's some kind of occult collection in Philadelphia? It might be a private collector, or it might belong to some crank group. I seem to recall that Evangelista was in Philadelphia at one time." I said, "I know Edgar Freeman, the head of the English department at the University of Pennsylvania. He's lived there most of his life, I think." "Ring him. What's the time now?" 1:30. That's 8:30 in Pennsylvania. Give him until 10 o'clock. It seemed a very long shot, but we were determined to explore every possibility, no matter how remote. I placed a call with the transatlantic telephone operator and said I wanted a call to the University of Philadelphia at 10 o'clock. The call came through a few minutes after 10. Luckily, Freeman was in his office. When I'd identified myself and exchanged greetings, I said, "I've got rather an odd problem. I'm trying to locate a book, a medieval book on magic and the supernatural. Are there any libraries in Philadelphia that specialize in such things?" "Not as far as I know. I could make inquiries for you. I believe the Rosicrucians have a branch here, but I don't think they have much of a library. We have a pretty good section here at the university, of course. Any idea of the book's title?" I explained that it was sometimes known as the Necronomicon, but that I couldn't say definitely. He pointed out that the Necronomicon was a fictional work invented by Lovecraft, and I explained that I had reason to believe it really existed or was based on a real book. He said, "Gosh, I just don't know what to say. I have to admit I don't have the first idea. I suppose it's in Latin?" "Not necessarily. It could be in Arabic." "Well, that shouldn't be too hard to check. I could find out whether we've got any volumes in Arabic on magic. Frankly, I doubt it. Would you like me to check the Library of Congress catalog?" "No, I think it's in Philadelphia somewhere." "Well, all right. I'll go down to the library right now. Can I call you back?" "Let me call you back. In, say, an hour?" The possibility seemed absurdly remote. It was only my determination to follow every possible lead that made me pursue it. An hour later, the operator rang me with my call. Freeman was in the library. He read me out a list of books on which Lovecraft might have based the idea of the Necronomicon: Paracelsus, Cornelius Agrippa, John Dee, Al-Kindi, Costa ben Luca, Abu-Masar, Khalid ibn Yazid, Rasis, and the anonymous author of the article on hermetics in the Kitab Fihrist, the 10th century Arab encyclopedia. The opinion of the librarian was that Lovecraft may have based his mad Arab Abdul al-Azred on Morianos, a legendary sorcerer who wrote a number of books on magic, all of which have vanished. The only Arabic book on magic in the library was John of Spain's 12th century translation of Costa ben Luca's Difference of Soul and Spirit into Latin. I spoke to the librarian, who was an admirer of Lovecraft and had taken some trouble to look up every possible source for the Necronomicon. I didn't like to mention Evangelista's oldest history in case he thought me a total crank. We talked for 20 minutes and covered every possibility. Then he said, "There's also, of course, the Voynich manuscript, although we know very little about it, of course." "What's that?" "Don't you know about it? It's been arousing some interest recently. Professor Lang became very interested. But, of course, he disappeared." "He what?" "He was involved in a plane crash, I believe. His nephew works in the English department here." "Could you give me details?" "Wouldn't it be better if I wrote to you? You must be running up an enormous phone bill." "It's all chargeable against tax." Goodwin's, the librarian's, story was, briefly, that Professor Lang of the University of Virginia had become interested in the Voynich manuscript 7 years before. He had had it photographed in color and enlarged, and subsequently told a few close friends that he had succeeded in translating it. But he had disappeared on a plane trip to Washington in 1968. The plane, a private one, was never found. I asked, "But what is this Voynich manuscript?" This story was longer and more complicated. The manuscript had been found in an Italian castle and brought to America in 1912 by a rare book dealer named Voynich. It was believed to be the work of Roger Bacon, the 13th century alchemist, but it seemed to be written in code or some strange symbols. A Professor Newbold of the University of Pennsylvania had devoted several years to breaking the code and announced at a meeting of the American Philosophical Society in 1921 that the manuscript proved that Bacon was about 5 centuries ahead of his time as a scientist and philosopher. Newbold died in 1928, and his translation of the cipher was published. Another cipher expert, Professor Manley of Chicago, now examined it thoroughly and realized that Newbold had deceived himself. The cipher was uncrackable simply because too much ink had peeled off the vellum for the symbols to be read. Newbold's translation was wishful thinking, and that, in effect, ended the story of the most mysterious manuscript in the world until Lang's attempt at translation in 1966. As Goodwin told me this story, I felt the stirrings of an immense excitement. Even without the significant touch of Lang's disappearance, I would have felt this inner certainty that I had found what I was looking for. I asked Goodwin, would it be possible for me to examine the manuscript if I came there? Well, of course, but wouldn't you prefer me to send you a microfilm? No, I think I'd like to see it for myself. Very well, you're very welcome. His voice showed his bewilderment. When I hung up, I could imagine him saying to Freeman, "Another crank. I can't understand it." When Littleway came in, I said, "Have you ever heard of the Voynich manuscript?" "No. What is it?" "With a little luck, it may be what we're looking for." I told him about Lang. I picked up the phone. "Do you want to come?" "Well, yes, of course." I got through to Cooks and said I wanted to get the first plane to New York. Littleway placed his hand on my arm. "Book me on another flight. We can't risk both of us on the same plane." I did as he asked, booking myself on a flight that night and Littleway at 11:15 the next morning. He said, "You realize we're risking a great deal by flying?" I said, "No, there's no risk, because I know in advance we shall win." And this is perhaps the most difficult thing of all to explain in the language of everyday consciousness. It was a realization that had been growing in me over the past few days. Everyone knows what it is to feel accident-prone, to feel tired and depressed, and to somehow know that things will go wrong. And everyone has experienced at some time the reverse of this, the feeling of inner pressure and rightness. You could be driving at 90 miles an hour and somehow know that you wouldn't have an accident. This feeling is not an illusion born of overconfidence. Our subconscious roots spread farther into the soil of reality than we realize, and in times of unity of mind, they control things. This is not as strange as it sounds. I control my body, although it is basically a piece of alien matter. What is more, I control it without knowing how. All I know is that I can make it run and jump and walk, and in moments of intensity, the same will that controls my body extends beyond it to material things. We apprehend something of the reality of the outer universe and draw strength from that reality. Well, my mind was traveling at 90 miles an hour most of the time, and I had that driving sense of confidence that comes from speed and perhaps also a dim apprehension that there were other powers working for me. I had no idea of their nature, but no doubt whatever about their reality. This is how I knew that there would be no plane crash. I landed in New York at midnight, 5 a.m. London time, and was able to catch a plane to Philadelphia 40 minutes later. I spent the rest of the night in the airport Hilton and was up at 8 the next morning. I had only coffee and toast for breakfast, for I was full of that feeling of excitement that comes when the game is afoot. I took the airport limousine into Philadelphia and was at the university shortly before 10. Edgar Freeman looked amazed to see me walk into his office. "What's all the urgency? I didn't expect you for at least a week." "I can't spare a week. The library might burn to the ground." "Oh, you heard about that, did you?" About what? Your joke nearly came true last night. One of the watchmen smelled gasoline, and he found some crazy student making a trail of it across the lawn outside the library. He pulled a gun when the watchman tried to grab him. Luckily, he fell backwards over a roller somebody had left out. They found later that he'd emptied the best part of 2 gallons of gasoline in the library building. What happened? Oh, nothing much. We're not making too much of it. We found a suicide note in his room. He intended to shoot himself after he set fire to the library. Afraid we get a lot of that, as you know. We had 5 suicides last semester. Overwork and worry about grades. This is the first time anyone's tried to take the library with him. It might be better not to publicize it. You might give somebody else the idea. Well, that's our feeling too. Anyway, come on down to meet Julian Lang. That's the nephew of James Lang. He's convinced his uncle was mad. Julian Lang shared an office with 2 other assistant professors. It was also jammed with students. He suggested we go down to the faculty lounge for coffee. He was a tall, serious young man with a clean profile and close-cropped hair. Freeman, who had a class, left us. Where did you get this idea that the Voynich manuscript might be the Necronomicon? Have you come across my uncle before? No, it is pure coincidence. I told him about finding references to the Necronomicon in Evangelista's book, and I threw in a few more invented references for good measure. He listened very seriously, obviously troubled. You've got me worried. Why? He told me the full story of his uncle, James Dunbar Lang, one of America's foremost experts on Poe, and his translation of the Voynich manuscript. Lang had reasoned that even if a great deal of ink had peeled off the vellum, it should have left some faint signs. He had huge blow-up photographs made and claimed that this enabled him to complete the damaged characters. He then discovered, according to his nephew, that the manuscript was written in medieval Arabic characters, in a mixture of Greek and Latin. He translated the manuscript and discovered it to be the famous Necronomicon, or at least a part of it. He now became convinced that the remainder of the manuscript was to be found in England, for he believed that the stories of the Welsh writer Arthur Machen prove that Machen had examined the complete Necronomicon at some time. In Machen's hometown, Lang became acquainted with another occultist, a mad colonel named Urquhart, who, according to Lang's nephew, was the villain of the piece. For the mad colonel somehow convinced Lang that Machen's legend of a strange ancient people living underground in the Black Hills was literally true. And from this point onward, Julian Lang explained, his uncle became the victim of an obsession, the belief that these strange people, or forces, for he believed them to be bodiless, were planning to take over the earth. He wrote letters to famous people, urging them to wake up to the danger, and finally he became convinced that the President of the United States could save the world by ordering underground atomic explosions. Lang's family had warned everybody, including the President's secretary, that the old man was harmlessly mad, and when a privately chartered plane carrying Lang and Colonel Urquhart disappeared between Charlottesville and Washington, the family was secretly relieved. Lang had apparently written a pamphlet about these things that intended to take over the world, and at the time of his death, the manuscript was in the hands of a Charlottesville printer. The family was not entirely in favor of suppressing it. Charles apparently wanted it issued in a limited edition with an explanatory note about his uncle's final illness, but a fire at the printers removed the cause of the dispute. How did the printers catch fire? I asked. Oh, some madman with a grievance. He used to work for the printer and got dismissed for dishonesty. There was no need for Lang to finish the story. I knew the rest. Lang, the nephew, told me that he had examined the blow-ups of the manuscript and had become convinced that his uncle's completion of the symbols was self-deception. He had never actually seen the translation, so he had no idea of whether it could be considered a serious piece of scholarship. Now, my arrival made him wonder whether the whole affair should not be reconsidered. He laughed in an embarrassed way. Of course, I'm not suggesting there was anything in his ideas about bug-eyed monsters. I saw a great deal of this colonel, and I can tell you that he was sane enough. He was just a damn swindler. He invented the whole damn thing about underground monsters. Still, if the Voynich manuscript is the Necronomicon, it proves my uncle was sane enough before he went to Wales. What happened to the translation? I'm pretty sure my mother destroyed it. And the blow-ups? They were destroyed too, but if you're interested, I have some of his notes. I've never studied them. You're welcome to examine them. I'd love to, but what I really want to see is the Voynich manuscript itself. Sure. Well, come on downstairs. I'll introduce you to the librarian. And half an hour later, I sat alone in the librarian's room with the manuscript in front of me. It consisted of 116 folio pages written in a sort of black ink that had turned purple and brown. What was, of course, totally predictable was that the manuscript had no vibrations whatever. I could put myself into a condition of total detachment, and still nothing came over, not even the faint vibrations that came from the basalt figurine. This was total, 100% interference. Again, I was puzzled that I was not aware of their presence in the room. This led me to suspect that the interference was not active. It was simply that the manuscript itself had been deadened so as to betray no hint of its origin. But there was something they could not prevent. My heightened awareness made it easy to complete the symbols. If I examined one of the ink squiggles under a magnifying glass and concentrated on it, I could suddenly grasp what it had been like before the ink had peeled. This was not at all a matter of time vision or intuition, but of the ordinary critical faculty sharpened to an extraordinary degree. I also had an Arabic language primer on the table beside me, and I only had to stare at a page for a few seconds to imprint every symbol on my mind. It is a technique very similar to ordinary speed reading. Then it was not difficult to grasp resemblances in the Voynich manuscript. Julian Lang went back to his house at mid-morning and returned with his uncle's notes. These were in 2 red spring-backed folders. They were very much apprentice notes. Lang knew Latin and Greek, but he had no knowledge of Arabic, so pages were devoted to the laborious copying out of an Arabic alphabet and vocabulary. Placing myself in a condition of contemplative objectivity, I was able to discover a great deal about Lang from the 2 folders. As a person, he was rather bad-tempered and impatient, but basically gentle and self-effacing. The first notebook and half of the second had been written on a boat on the Atlantic. The remainder of the second book was written in a London hotel room, and later in a hotel room at Caerleon on Usk. It was all written before Lang had any suspicion about the real existence of them. The detailed translation itself was apparently made in a third notebook, presumably the one destroyed by Julian Lang's mother, but the present notebooks were full of interesting fragments. And halfway through the first notebook, there was an actual transcription in Arabic characters of the first page of the Voynich manuscript, which enabled me to check my own results. I had made a great many mistakes, many of them due to the difference between medieval and modern Arabic, but had been 80% accurate. What became immediately clear was that this book was not the Necronomicon itself, but a commentary on it by some monk of the 13th century whom Lang calls Martin the Gardener. but it contained so many long quotations from the Necronomicon that it undoubtedly gave a very full and accurate picture of that work. The opening page of Lang's translation ran as follows, quote, "The book of the black name, containing the history of that which came before men. The great old ones were both one and many. They were not separate souls like men, yet they were separate wills. Some say they came from the stars, some say that they were the soul of the earth when it was formed from a cloud. For all life comes from the beyond, where there is no consciousness. Life needed a mirror, therefore it invaded the world of matter. There it became its own enemy, because they, bodies, possess form. The great old ones wanted to avoid form, therefore they rejected the heavy material of the body. But then they lost the power to act. Therefore they needed servants." End quote. As I read this, I felt slow waves of delight, of anticipation, of a kind of certainty pouring over me. There was no ambiguity here. It put into words what I already suspected. Fundamentally, it is a statement of the Shavian-Bergsonian philosophy. This can be expressed briefly as follows. Running parallel to the universe of matter, there is another universe of pure life, and life has invaded matter, at first by sheer force, as in the plant and the amoeba, later with the use of insight and cunning through the creation of the brain. Now, individual consciousness, as typified in human beings, has great advantages and great disadvantages. Individuality means a narrowing, and narrowness can be useful. It is good for close-up work. We have invented the magnifying glass and the microscope to narrow our vision, because narrowness makes for precision. But narrowness also makes for failure of purpose, for exhaustion of the will. For purpose depends upon a broad vision, a clear sight of one's objective. According, then, to the Voynich manuscript, life's earliest attempt to invade matter was non-individualistic. Gaseous star matter was chosen as the point of invasion, and the beings who came into existence in the interstellar spaces were little more than aggressive clouds of vital energy. Lovecraft has an interesting story about one of these beings, the color out of space. As the star clouds condensed into planets, these beings found their activity restricted. Hence the words of the Vatican Codex, quote, "They lived in this state for 780,000 katuns, until the cloud became the earth, and their bodies were of earth." End quote. All this must be supposed to have taken place before the origins of life as we know it in the pre-Cambrian era, before the seas had formed and cooled enough to sustain the simplest microorganism. And when these first tiny, deathless organisms formed, life had taken another course, the course of individuality. And for millions, perhaps billions of years, it must have seemed to the watchers that individuality was not going to pay off. Life remained static until some chance mutation introduced death. And with death came the possibility of reproduction, and with reproduction came new mutations. Evolution was launched. But 500 million years had to pass before there were creatures sufficiently evolved to be useful as servants. Perhaps Bulk was right, and they created man by somehow arresting the development of an ape's embryo. But what then? Did the Voynich manuscript contain the rest of the story? I searched through Lang's notebooks, tantalized by fragmentary sentences. Lang had been less interested in the legendary than in the scientific parts of the manuscript. It is full of sketches, some of them obviously astronomical and astrological, others far more mysterious. There is a drawing that Newbold assumed, correctly, to be of a human spermatozoon. It proved that the unknown genius who wrote the Voynich manuscript had invented the microscope 400 years before Leeuwenhoek. And according to Lang, some of the astronomical speculations anticipate the latest theories of the 20th century. Using his notes as a guide, I set about the transcription of the manuscript into Greek. Long before I had completed the second page, it was time for the library to close. Littlewood joined me at the hotel in time for dinner. He shared my excitement when I showed him Lang's notebook and checked my rough translation of half the second page. It was disappointing. The monkish chronicler obviously felt that the idea of men being created by the ancient Old Ones conflicted with the book of Genesis, so he proceeds to argue that the creatures created by the Old Ones were not men but demons. Quote, brown in color, their skins made leathery by the fires of hell. End quote. We had dinner sent up to our room. We were sharing one, and spent the evening going through Lang's notebooks. Littlewood had already been involved in a drunken brawl at Kennedy Airport with an American sailor who said he didn't like Littlewood's accent. They were quite capable of inciting one of the hotel's guests to pick a quarrel with us, so we locked ourselves in. At 9 sharp the next morning, we were both back at the library. Littlewood had brought his own camera for filming documents of the type used by spies during the war, and we spent the morning filming every page of the manuscript in case the original was destroyed. Then we worked together on transcription and translation, each taking a different page. We ate no lunch. Food tended to disturb the clarity of the brain, but we stopped at about 1 o'clock for coffee. Littlewood commented that the account given in the Voynich manuscript differed from the Vatican Codex in that it said nothing about the dark god from the stars who came to earth and set up a rivalry with the ancient Old Ones. He had translated another half page, and it contained the familiar statement that the Old Ones had taken up the practice of black magic. I suggested that the Mayas probably wanted to flatter their gods because they were afraid of them, in the way that contemporary historians always describe tyrants as good. So they invented an enemy responsible for all the world's ills. But even so, the black magic explanation of their downfall made no sense, for surely black magic is a human invention, meaning the attempt by human beings to ally themselves with the great Old Ones. We were both relaxed, drinking our coffee, our minds temporarily idling. We both sat thinking, staring at the manuscript. We had the same thought, if only the interference would stop, so that we could gain some insight into its history. Littlewood said, "I think you're probably right about the interference. It's purely automatic." We both made an effort to see the history of the manuscript, but it was like trying to push down a stone wall. Littlewood said, "You know, if it is automatic, we ought to be able to do something about it." "What?" "Well, supposing we both tried to grasp it together. 2 minds ought to be twice as strong as one." This had not struck me, for I had not seen it as a question of force. "Let's try." We both concentrated on the manuscript, drifting into a state of detachment, trying to see it from a distance, as it were. At first, it seemed to make no difference. Then, after about a minute, I had a distinct sensation of meaning. Littlewood had it too. He glanced at me in triumph. We returned to our concentration. The sweat rolled down my forehead, and every muscle in my body was tense. Then a curious thing happened. I became aware of Littlewood's concentration too. I can only explain it in this way. Supposing 2 men stand shoulder to shoulder and try to move an enormous rock that is embedded in the ground. It remains absolutely solid, and neither of them is aware of the other's effort, for each is concentrating wholly on pushing. Then the rock moves very slightly, and both increase their efforts. It moves more, and now each of them is aware of the help of the other, for the rock is now returning their pressure, and each can feel the effect of the other's effort. This is what happened with us. We became aware of one another's minds pushing at the barrier, and like the two men pushing the rock, we ceased to move independently and locked our minds so that our efforts were concerted. And now, very slowly, the rock-like barrier began to give. More and more meaning became visible. It ceased to be merely a heap of yellowed parchment. Its history began to form around it. It was an exciting sensation, as if someone had opened a window and let in a breeze smelling of melting snow and spring flowers. Our minds could move, and I realized that the barrier had been some kind of a lock on the mind. It was quite simple. The manuscript possessed emanations that acted upon the sleep center of the brain. But it would be a mistake to think of these emanations as a kind of odor issuing from the manuscript, for an odor would be constant, and these emanations were dormant until there was an attempt to see the manuscript's history. They could be compared to a kind of burglar alarm that would not operate unless there was an attempt to break in. Littleway and I had simply forced the thing to a limit, for one must imagine a burglar alarm that rings louder and louder the harder the burglar tries to break in. Quite suddenly, all resistance disappeared. The history of the manuscript lay open to us. And at the same time, we both became aware of something else, something that temporarily destroyed all interest in the manuscript. The alarm had wakened something up. We both knew this instantly, and then we also realized that, so far, neither of us had dealt directly with the great old ones, but only with their robot servants. It was completely impossible to describe what happened, for this was a direct intuition or feeling, like sitting on a log and discovering it is a crocodile. It might convey something of the terror of that moment if I say that it was just as if a giant black face had suddenly appeared in the sky over Philadelphia, a great face with yellow eyes and a beast's fangs. We had awakened some vast sleeping force, and its movement was like a psychic explosion, some great spiritual earthquake. We were both petrified. We felt like someone who walks into a cave and stumbles upon some sleeping monster that growls and stirs. Suddenly, I understood the meaning of Lovecraft's line, "In his house at Relia, dead Cthulhu waits dreaming." No wonder Lovecraft had nightmares that destroyed his health. Through some strange gift of second sight, he understood the sheer size and power of the old ones. Neither of us dared to breathe. We wanted to efface ourselves completely, for this thing seemed to shake the earth. It was a power that could have wiped out Philadelphia like a man stamping on an anthill. We sat there for more than an hour. I am glad that no one came into the room. It would have disturbed our stillness and perhaps warned it of our presence, and yet I had no idea that we had been there for an hour. I would have guessed 5 minutes. Our concentration was so intense that all physical processes seemed to stop. We had no idea of whether the thing was aware of us. I'm inclined to believe it was not. It stirred in its sleep, looked around for a moment, saw nothing of interest, and gradually drifted back to sleep. And as we sat there, we both had the same vision of the horror that would ensue if the thing woke up. We had visions of mountains ripped apart, of the ocean bed opening into an immense gulf into which the whole Pacific Ocean would vanish, of continents folded and crumpled like sheets of paper. The whole earth could be crushed out of shape as easily as a powerful man could crush a ripe orange in his fist. Gradually, the sense of earthquake died away. It was terrifying while it lasted, for we were both so clearly aware that this was not calculated movement, but only uneasy stirrings. If the thing woke up any more, there was no telling what might happen. Even its stirrings were like the eruption of Krakatoa. When everything was quiet again, we both became aware that the Voynich manuscript had closed again. It was completely impenetrable. But I had glimpsed enough in the few seconds before it had stirred to know most of the answers to the problems that troubled me. Yes, they had created human beings as their servants. They had power, but no precision. And for long ages, human beings served them faithfully and were allowed insights into many secrets. And then their masters had brought the great disaster upon themselves, something so cataclysmic that it had destroyed most of the human race. But before they succumbed, they saw their danger, that their servants would themselves become the masters of the earth and learn the ancient secrets. All this I had seen very clearly in the few seconds before I lost all interest in the Voynich manuscript. I had not seen the nature of the disaster that had almost destroyed the earth and the old ones, neither had Littleway. But he had seen other things. He had seen that the old ones created robot forces to guard their interests during their great sleep, and they had also taken certain steps to try to prevent their ex-servants from becoming too powerful. The most important of these was a religion of torture and sacrifice. It was their aim to turn men back into beasts. And this was not too difficult, since the characteristic of men is a certain narrowness of vision that makes them easy to deceive. The age immediately after the destruction of the great old ones was the age of the religions of terror. Men believed that the gods could only be propitiated by torture and death, and they went to war solely to capture enemies who could be tortured to death and then eaten. When no enemies were available, then virgins of the tribe were sacrificed to the gods. The age of the religions of terror lasted for thousands of years, and its mark is still upon the human race. The great old ones came close to their aim of turning their former servants into a race of killer apes. I had caught a glimpse of this horror when I visited Stonehenge with Littleway. The barbarities of which human beings have been capable have left a permanent mark on the human race. As recently as the 1830s, a sect of the religions of terror still existed in India under the name of Thuggee, and the thugs devoted a month of every year to murdering travelers and burying their bodies. Similar sects flourished among the Incas, the Aztecs, and the Mayas. Strange subconscious memories of these sects influenced the Nazis in their attempt to exterminate the Jews. Our experience of the afternoon had shaken us both. It would not be true to say that our curiosity had vanished, but it was dwarfed by the fear that possessed us. Something had stirred in its sleep. When would it wake up? Today, tomorrow, 100 years hence? What did human evolution matter in that case? When they woke up, they would destroy us all. There seemed no point in staying in Philadelphia. We had learned all the manuscript had to tell us. Before we retired for the night, we booked our flights back to New York. We decided to sail from there. There was no point in rushing home. That night, for the first time since my operation, I slept badly. I woke up long before dawn and sat by the window, listening to the rain and fighting off the depression. Everything seemed pointless. I could not stop thinking of that terrifying force that had stirred in its sleep. Less than 24 hours before, I had believed that the road of human evolution lies wide open. Now I knew it was closed. I found myself wondering whether there might be some future for the human race on another planet of the solar system. Perhaps Venus. Littleway's voice startled me, speaking out of the darkness, and I realized that he had also been lying awake. "What do you suppose caused the disaster?" I said, Do you think it makes any difference? But I saw his line of thought, and although it seemed a pointless preoccupation, I devoted the next hour to thinking about it. On the surface, it seemed unanswerable. These creatures possessed no individuality, in the sense that we do. Now, most of our human problems are due to the self-division that arises from individuality. For all our problems can be summaried in one word: triviality. We are victims of the demon of the trivial. All human evils can eventually be traced to the narrowness of human consciousness. But these powers could never be entrapped in the trivial. They were elementals. Or was this entirely true? They could calculate. They were intelligent enough to create human beings by some interference with the normal biological processes. And how can intelligence exist without self-criticism or self-discipline? For example, a stupid man is confronted by an obstacle and loses his temper, which may leave the obstacle unaffected. The intelligent man controls his frustration, examines the obstacle, and calculates how it can best be removed. It is not that he is naturally patient. Impatience is a sign of high vitality, and intelligence should be more vital than stupidity, not less. He directs his impatience as the barrel of a gun directs a bullet. And so I had to suppose that the old ones possessed some degree of self-control, self-criticism. And this implies self-division, for one half of the being is set up against the other, and self-division immediately creates the possibility of bad mistakes. All neurosis and insanity is due to self-division, to self-criticism outweighing vitality. Self-criticism is a brake, and brakes sometimes jam. And where did all this lead? I had to admit, nowhere. For what could be more absurd than to suppose that all the old ones succumbed to some kind of collective neurosis? In fact, what could be less likely? I remembered that terrifying impression of power that I had experienced in the library and knew that this could not be the answer. A creature that could create such a psychic earthquake, even in its sleep, could never suffer from locked brakes. On the plane from Philadelphia to New York, I stared out of the window at the gray rain clouds below us. It had been raining heavily before we boarded, and the air had that distinctive smell of wet clothes. It struck me that I had not noticed such things since before my operation. It meant that my consciousness was dull and narrow, non-relational. I made a half-hearted effort to throw off the dullness and realized that they were sitting heavily upon me. At least I now understood why I couldn't sense their presence. They were machines, robots. But what brilliant, ingenious machines that could respond so intimately to my own mental states. I found myself forgetting the terror of that hideous strength, touched suddenly by admiration. What kind of civilization was it they built? I already knew from the Voynich manuscript that they had been responsible for the building of the legendary civilization of Mu, which may have been destroyed as long ago as 6 million years in the mid-Pliocene. Mu was, of course, a civilization of men built according to the instructions of the ancient old ones, the servants' quarters, as Littleway called it. And what about their own civilization? It was true that they were almost bodiless, judged by human standards, but then they were also immortal. They had whole geological epochs in which to exercise their ingenuity. What a relief it must have been to them to finally have servants after waiting 500 million years for them. For servants are all important. The pyramids and the megaliths of Europe were planned by rulers of genius, but without the manpower to move the stones, all the genius would have been wasted. It may seem that I am contradicting myself, for I have said that their power was that of a spiritual earthquake, But all the energy of Niagara Falls would be useless for repairing a Swiss watch, just as the powers of the hydrogen bomb would be useless for building a pyramid. In creating man, the old ones developed a tool, a precision tool. Thinking about it in this way, I ceased to feel fear and horror. This was no melodrama with a hero and a villain, but a universal tragedy. They had made the wrong choice. So had we. They had power and immortality. We have precision and patience. Given time, man will escape the consequences of his narrow consciousness, and given time, they might have escaped the consequences of their power. But something had gone wrong. I thought of those great underground cities described by Lovecraft, cities with cyclopean blocks of masonry and huge inclined planes, and I remembered my insight on Silbury Hill. Was there such a city below Silbury? And might it afford some clue to the cause of that catastrophe that had almost destroyed the world? My thoughts passed to the civilization of Mu. It must have been altogether incredible. Man's chief problem has always been his belligerence. Civilization after civilization has collapsed through war. For as a species, men seem incapable of working for the common good. Wells pointed out long ago that we could create a super-civilization if men could experience a change of heart and cease to feel separate from one another. The men of Mu were servants of a master whom they regarded as a god. They worked together to do his bidding without rivalry, without self-interest. It must have been an almost perfect civilization while it lasted, undoubtedly the origin of all legends of the Golden Age. Then, what had happened? The deep feeling of oppression had lifted when we landed at LaGuardia. Littleway and I had not been sitting together on the plane, and now I started to tell him some of the thoughts that had come to me during the past 20 minutes. We were standing in the terminal, waiting for our baggage to arrive. As we talked, I was vaguely aware of someone saying something in a loud voice, and after a few minutes, we both looked across at the cause of the commotion, an obviously drunken man wearing a huge Stetson hat, who was arguing with a Negro porter. Suddenly it became clear that the man was about to hit the porter. An air hostess who was walking past tried to intervene, and the porter seized the opportunity to slip away. A few moments later, the man in the Stetson came and stood close to us, obviously still in a rage and looking for somebody to listen sympathetically to his side of the story. Littleway caught his eye for a moment, then quickly turned away and began to talk to me. The man stood there, swearing in a fairly audible voice. The baggage began to arrive on a moving belt. Littleway stepped forward to take his own case and collided with a lady who tried to lean across him. He said, "Oh, I'm so sorry," and stood back. The man in the Stetson caught the English accent and repeated in a mocking voice, "I'm so sorry." Now, Littleway, as I've said, had never been a man of any great patience, although his character had altered so much since the operation. He could have pretended not to hear, but the voice was so loud that it would have been obvious that this was not so. He turned and glared irritably at the man in the Stetson, and before I could intervene, the man had grabbed Littleway by the shoulders and was shouting, "You trying to pick a quarrel, Buster?" Littleway said with quiet anger, "My name is not Buster, and if you don't take your hands away—" "You're what?" said the man, obviously delighted to have a real quarrel on his hands. What happened next happened in far less time than it takes to tell. I was in a rage. Hectoring and bullying make me feel like committing murder. So was Littleway. As we stood there, both glaring at the man, I became aware of Littleway's mind, just as I had been aware of it when we were trying to break the interference around the Voynich manuscript. I have mentioned my discovery of my ability to repel unwanted acquaintances in the Victoria and Albert Museum. It was this, rather than my ordinary power of focusing, that I suddenly found myself exercising. It all happened too quickly for calculation. It was simply that Littleway and I directed our instinctive fury against the man as we might have shouted at him. There was a feeling like an explosion, although not a physical one, and the man simply dropped sideways onto the moving belt. All this had happened within a few seconds of his grabbing Littleway, so for a moment no one took it in. Then a woman screamed, and I tried to support the man as he fell off the moving belt and hit the floor. His eyes were open but completely blank, and there was blood running from the corner of his mouth. A moment later, 3 men and a woman came running up, evidently of the party of the aggressive Texan. It was a pity they hadn't found him a few minutes earlier. The woman asked, "What happened?" And Littleway said, "I think he's had a heart attack." I was feeling the man's pulse and was glad to find it had not stopped. Other people came up, including an American Airlines pilot who had seen the whole thing and who verified that Littleway had not touched the man. My case arrived at this moment, and since the crowd was now enormous, we both slipped away. Littleway asked, "Was he dead?" "No." "Thank God for that." But both of us knew that, in a sense, the man might as well have been dead. It was not a physical power we had exerted against him, but a mental power, and the damage would be mental, not physical. As soon as it happened, we both felt thoroughly guilty about it. To begin with, we were perfectly aware that it had been engineered by them. It was not the fault of the aggressive Texan, and even if it had been, we would have taken care not to cause real damage. Moreover, if either of us had acted alone, there would have been no severe damage. It was because our wills had acted in concert that the man was so badly hurt. There was no point in worrying about it. It could not be undone. We simply had to be more careful next time. I had to make a deliberate effort to forget the blankness in the man's eyes as he collapsed on the belt. But as we traveled into the East Side Terminal on the airport bus, I found myself trying to recollect the experience in detail, in slow motion, as it were. For there was something about it that struck me as interesting. Then it came to me. My explosion of anger had been directed with an accuracy that was new to me. It had been like firing a high-powered rifle with a telescopic sight, whereas my previous experiences of this same power in the London Library and the V&A had been more like firing an old blunderbuss. It would have been better for the Texan if I had not been so accurate. What did it mean? Obviously, my powers were slowly maturing, increasing, but in what way? Then I understood. What had increased was my actual power of concentration. Captain Schotover in Heartbreak House talks about trying to achieve the 7th degree of concentration. And what could be more to the point? Moments of ecstasy, of increased vitality, are accompanied by a feeling of concentration, as if consciousness could clench itself like a fist. But this moment of intensity is usually followed by an involuntary relaxation which we cannot control. One could imagine a concentration so intense that there was no question of loss of control. What was happening to me was simply that my ability to concentrate was increasing. I said to Littleway, "Would you mind very much if we returned by air after all?" He looked surprised. "Of course not." "Why?" I said, "I've got a feeling things are moving. I don't want to be stuck in the middle of the Atlantic if anything comes up." It sounds absurd, but it is nevertheless true that one of the most important parts of this story is untellable. For all I can say is that I spent the 5 hours between New York and Heathrow Airport investigating the possibilities of this power of concentration. I did nothing that can be described. I merely stared out of the window and concentrated, and each time I did so, my mind left like a lead weight that I was swinging through the air. That is, it felt concentrated and controlled. And suddenly, in a flash, I understood. I knew what had almost destroyed the great old ones. I knew what had plunged them into a death-like sleep for 6 million years. The way it came about was simply this. I was reveling in the feeling of controlled power, and I contrasted it with what had happened at LaGuardia, when my rage had taken me unawares. I had not wanted to permanently wreck the man's mind. It had happened because my instinctive rage had suddenly been concentrated and directed by this conscious power of my mind. What do we mean by man? We mean his conscious being, the part of him that distinguishes him from the beasts. When we speak of the humanities, for example, we mean art and music and poetry and classical languages, although war and competitive sports are equally human and perhaps deserve to be included. Man has developed a conscious mind that marches in the opposite direction from his instinctive drives. Every young man who becomes obsessed by literature or music or science is aware that he is creating a personality that has nothing to do with his more violent emotions: rage, lust, jealousy. All this is plain enough. I have already spoken about man's self-division. But what I suddenly realized on the plane was that in these past months I had been steadily developing my human, controlled part, my powers of thought and concentration, until my conscious mind had become a deadly weapon, so that when, for a moment, my instinctive rage took possession of my will, the result was the almost complete destruction of a fellow human being. I could put it very crudely like this. While my conscious mind developed the accuracy of a high-powered rifle, my subconscious mind had been developing the power of a piece of heavy artillery. Therefore, the greater my powers of focusing, the more deadly my potential power of destruction. For example, one of the hostesses on the plane reminded me of Barbara. After looking at her for a moment, I stared at the seat in front of me and conjured up her image in my mind. The power of my concentration was so great that I projected an image of the girl on the seat back, just as if my eyes were a cinema projector. It was, of course, a purely mental image, not a real one, but its intensity was so great that a person with my degree of second sight would have been aware of it. I found myself wondering how the girl's figure compared with Barbara's before Barbara was pregnant. My projected image of the girl immediately proceeded to remove her clothes and continued until she was naked. This was not a matter of imagination any more than my time vision was a matter of imagination. It was relational consciousness. For example, I observed that the girl was wearing an underslip of a pale green color as she removed her clothes. Later, when the real girl was reaching up to take down some pillows from the overhead rack, her blouse parted company with the top of her skirt, revealing the green underslip. Now, the sight of the girl undressing produced little or no sexual excitement, but if I had possessed this same power in my late teens, I would undoubtedly have spent most of the day undressing every girl of my acquaintance. But then, although my sexual appetites have always been normal enough, my intellectual enthusiasms have meant that I could never, at any point, have been described as highly sexed. I remember reading a biography of Theodore Dreiser that mentioned that he simply wanted to possess every woman he saw on the street, and that he could not be in the same room with an attractive girl for more than a few minutes before experiencing a compulsion to touch her. What would have happened to Dreiser if he had possessed this power of focusing his imagination? The overwhelming power of his sexual impulse would have taken over his conscious powers of focusing. His life would have been an endless orgy of mental rape. I think my central point should be clear. Conscious powers of focusing are dangerous according to one's degree of control of the subconscious levels of the mind. The old ones created man, apparently by arresting the development of an ape's embryo. But in order to create anything, we have to harness the powers of the unconscious. Try threading a needle when you are in a hurry. It is difficult because you have summoned up energy to drive you at top speed, and you have to repress it in order to concentrate on the eye of the needle. No precise act of creation is possible without repression of our enemies. The old ones were creatures of incredible power, elementals, and yet they became man's collaborator in building the world's first great civilization. They observed these humanoids they had created, and they realized the power of the human imagination fueled by optimism and purpose. And they suddenly knew that, no matter how great the risk, they also had to develop a conscious filter, the ability to focus their incredible powers. They used men for the most delicate and precise jobs, but they themselves also strove to develop delicacy and precision. They went through the phase that every intelligent teenager experiences of developing a new, individualized consciousness and leaving the instincts to fend for themselves. And to begin with, it was successful, until one day the suppressed instincts exploded, destroying all they had created, destroying the civilization of Mu and their human servants, and only a remnant remained. That, I was certain, was the answer to the mystery of how the great old ones became sleepers. They were, in effect, stunned by the catastrophe they had brought on themselves, and 6 million years had passed like a single night, and the remnants of the human race had organized themselves and learned to build their own civilization. But how long would the old ones go on sleeping? As we waited in the customs queue at Heathrow Airport, I explained my discovery to Littleway. He was fascinated by my description of my new power of imaginative focusing, but with his usual scientific caution, he asked, "Can you be sure it isn't ordinary imagination? I mean, it could have been coincidence that the girl was wearing a green underslip." "I don't know. There must be some way of testing it." On the other side of the customs barrier, a smartly dressed woman was greeting her husband. A large Alsatian dog was also licking his hand. I remember Littleway remarking once that he thought thoroughbred dogs possessed a larger degree of second sight than mongrels. I focused on the ground close to the dog and conjured up the image of Lady Jane's Siamese cat, an extremely bad-tempered animal that detested dogs. The Alsatian reacted immediately, turning its head sharply and staring intently at the imaginary cat. Meanwhile, its master and mistress had linked arms and were walking away without noticing that the dog was preoccupied. I now ceased to focus the cat and instead projected an image of the man and woman walking away in the opposite direction. At this moment, the man looked around, noticed that the dog was staring into space, and whistled. The dog started and ran after my imaginative projection. It did not even turn its head when its master called, "Dinah!" I relaxed and allowed the projection to vanish. The dog stopped, bewildered, then heard its master's shout and ran back in the opposite direction. Littleway was watching all this. He was following the direction of my stare. "What on earth did you do?" I explained. He said, "I wonder if it works with people. Try it." The customs officer had just dismissed the woman standing beside us. He now glanced into our cases and showed us the usual declaration. We both shook our heads, and the officer looked down into our open cases. At this moment, I concentrated all my powers into projecting an image of a pretty girl opening her case in the spot the woman had just vacated. Nothing seemed to happen. The customs man nodded to us to close our cases. I made an additional effort. The man turned to the empty space next to us, his hand already reaching out to show the girl the customs declaration. Seeing the blank space, he blinked with surprise, but recovered himself immediately and turned to the middle-aged lady on the other side of us. Littleway asked, "Well?" I nodded and smiled. The effort had not been as spectacular as with the dog, but I was certain that my image had conveyed itself to the customs officer. His surprise had been unmistakable. On the airport bus into London, Little Way commented, "I'm beginning to wish I hadn't waited 6 months before my operation." I said, "As far as I know, you won't have to wait that long for the power of focusing to develop. It should be possible right away." In fact, the operation is unnecessary to develop this particular ability. Any human being can do it. Consider, if you try to crack a walnut with a hammer and the walnut is resting on a cushion, you need to use all your strength. Put the walnut on a concrete floor, and the slightest tap breaks it. While the nut is on the cushion, the energy of your blow is diffused, and this explains the apparent feebleness of the human imagination. We try to conjure up an image in a half-hearted way, and we make no real effort to sustain it. We don't expect anything to happen, so the act is aimless, vague, and its energy is diffused. On the drive back to Langton Place, I tried to explain the technique to Little Way. The only difference between his powers and mine lay in my slightly superior ability to focus. You could say that my focusing muscle was stronger, but a muscle can be strengthened by exercise. And this was all Little Way needed to do, to sit in a chair staring at a blank wall, to conjure up an image, preferably something similar, and then to look at the image as if it was real, to project the intention you would project if it were real. The success of the operation depends solely on the willpower with which the image is focused. Most human beings would not dream of exerting willpower on a focused image, because they wouldn't expect it to have the slightest effect. In fact, the amount of willpower needed to realize an image is well within the range of any intelligent person. The consequence was that Little Way, with very little help from me, was focusing within a couple of hours. I knew he had succeeded when I was leaning over the fountain, fishing out a spider that had got itself marooned on a floating leaf. Suddenly I had a clear impression of a huge figure standing behind me, about to hit me on the back of the head with an iron pipe. I almost fell into the fountain as I turned, raising my arm to defend my head. There was no one there, but I saw Little Way standing in the window of the library, grinning at me. We spent the rest of the day playing this fascinating game. It was one of the strangest sensations I had ever known. To see, for example, a small man in green, the size of Tom Thumb, walking across the tabletop, clearly visible in every detail, and bowing to me with a flourish of his green hat. It was horrifying to look at the window and see a monstrous hairy face, rather like King Kong, glaring in at me. Little Way even tried to project an image of his wife for my benefit, but it lacked detail, obviously because his attitude towards her was self-divided. We were both so interested in the possibilities of this new power that I totally forgot about the basalt figurine. I was reminded of it by Barbara, who rang me up at 9 in the evening to say she intended to return the following day. She said, "By the way, there was another article about Chichen Itza in one of the Sunday color supplements. There's a photograph of a basalt statue that looks rather like the one you've got." The Sunday newspapers were in Roger's part of the house, and I saw that the cover of the color supplement carried an excellent photograph of a figurine that was taken from the well. Inside, there was another full-page photograph taken from another angle. This statuette was covered with fine carvings, which explained why they had photographed it twice. I stared at the photograph on the cover. It was, as its finder had remarked, quite unlike the usual Maya carvings, less fantastic, plainer. The face was angular, hard, and strong. A photograph is normally altogether less satisfying than a real object for the exercise of time vision, but in this case the photographs were so detailed and the resemblance to our own figurine so remarkable that I was able to take a hold of it with my mind and explore it almost as thoroughly as if it had been real. It was altogether easier to grasp than our own figurine, for the carvings on it gave more character, and the Mayan language was now familiar to me. And then, with a shock of amazement and delight, I realized that there was no interference. For a moment, I assumed that they had decided to stop trying to block my time vision. Then I understood. It was a photograph, and the interference was made to operate only from the real object. Of course. In spite of the incredibly advanced level of their civilization, the people of Mu knew nothing about photography, which depends upon the chance discovery that silver salts are darkened by light. A drawing of the figurine, no matter how accurate, would convey almost nothing of its life history. And so they had made an incredible mistake. The interference was connected with the object itself, like a burglar alarm, but it did not apply to photographs. With a tremendous rush of triumph and delight, I realized we had our solution. I hurried upstairs to tell Littleway. He was in the bath, and I went in without knocking. He said, "My God, are you sure?" "Look." I held out the color supplement. "Better wait until I get out or get water on it." I left him to get dry. 10 minutes later, I went back. He was sitting naked on the edge of the bath, staring at the color photograph of the figurine and murmuring, "Well, well, well." He was so absorbed that he was startled when I said, "What do you think?" He looked up. "Have you looked at it?" He meant, had I looked into its past? I said no. I'd rushed straight to tell him. Without speaking, he handed me the magazine. I took it into his bedroom, sat in the armchair, and allowed myself to sink into contemplative objectivity. This took rather longer than usual, since I was so excited. But when my mind was free, hovering over the photograph, I was instantly overwhelmed by the same feeling of grisly horror that I had felt on Stonehenge, and the same frightening sensation of looking down a ravine many miles deep. There was the same hallucinatory effect of vast distances and endless horizons. Then, as I stared, the horror passed away. I was seeing through it and beyond it, at prospects far more distant, and what I then saw produced a sensation of beauty and vitality that dazzled me and seemed to shake all my senses. I was looking into a fresher, more primitive world, a world that seemed far more alive and green than our own. It reminded me of how I had sat with Alec Lyell beside a deep, fast-flowing mountain torrent in Scotland, looking down into green water that flowed like molten glass, but that seemed almost still, except for slight swirls on its surface. Something about the vision produced a tremendous surge of pure gladness. It was a spring-like sensation, and yet this was a lush tropical spring of endless benevolence, like the romantic dream of a South Sea paradise. I knew that I was not seeing the real thing, of course. This figurine was scarcely 500,000 years old, and I was looking back 7 million years. What I was seeing was a legend, a tradition, but these words completely failed to describe its vitality. This was a tradition nurtured and believed with such intensity that it was as real as everyday life. The nearest parallel I can think of is the Christian story of the crucifixion and the absolute power it has exerted over so many minds. What I realized immediately was that the Mayas were direct descendants of the people of Mu, but I also saw something else that came as a surprise, even as a shock. The great tradition of the ancient Old Ones had been continued for many thousands of years by men, by a caste of priest-magicians who had been the absolute rulers of the civilization. For the first 500,000 years after the disaster, the Old Ones were so deeply asleep that they ceased to be an influence in any way. Their priests remained loyal, waiting patiently for the day when they would rise again. And the greatest of these magician priests, a man whose powers were so astounding that he was worshipped as a god was called Cthulhu of Suchis, clearly the origin of Lovecraft's Cthulhu. And according to the traditions, this man lived for 500,000 years, escaped to the continent of South America after the destruction of Mu, and was killed by an eruption in the Yucatan Peninsula. But even after the catastrophe that almost destroyed the Old Ones, Mu had remained a united and healthy civilization under the leadership of Cthulhu. Mu was the Garden of Eden of biblical legend, a great green grassy country twice as big as Canada. It had no mountains, only green rolling hills, and one immense chasm that ran for over 500 miles across its eastern side. There was often volcanic activity in the depths of this chasm, and it was worshipped as the home, as the Old Ones. It was a land of giants, birds and animals as well as men. Great colored butterflies, with a wingspan of 4 feet, fluttered among the vast trees. Enormous birds as large as modern airliners were worshipped as symbols of the Old Ones. In coastal regions, an immense killer whale was also worshipped, and in later years, human sacrifices were offered. Elephants and mastodons grew to a size that rivaled that of the dinosaurs of an earlier age. And in the sky hung an enormous moon, bluey white in color, that counteracted the Earth's gravity and caused the tremendous growth of all the living creatures of Mu. But because they grew so large, the bones of these creatures were lighter than those of modern man, so that few fossils have survived. Those few lie beneath the Pacific. I saw all this almost instantaneously and was staring fascinated when Littleway touched me on the shoulder and startled me as I had startled him 10 minutes earlier. Neither of us spoke. There was too much to say, but Littleway went to a cupboard and took out the basalt figure. He placed it on the table between us, then took his Polaroid camera out of its case and fitted the flash attachment. As he did this, I tried seeing the history of the figurine. It was no use. It was like trying to listen to music on the radio during a thunderstorm that creates constant crackling and whining. Littleway turned off all the lights except a dim one at his bedside and then photographed the figurine. 1 minute later, we had the color photograph in front of us. We placed it on the table and stared at it. There was strong interference. Littleway said, "Perhaps it's coming from the figure itself." We locked the figurine back in its cupboard and took the phonograph downstairs. This time, there was no interference, and the figure revealed its history immediately. And I discovered why our figurine had no inscriptions on it. It was a sacred figure from the inner temple, the Holy of Holies, and it was regarded as a portrait of Cthulhu of Suchis. Once again, there was the sense of losing my bearings in the present, like falling asleep with my eyes open, and then the feeling of horror and cruelty. As before, this seemed to pass by, as when an airplane emerges from low cloud, and I was again touched with the feeling of pure joy in contemplating the Garden of Eden, the first home of man. But there was a difference. I was now seeing it from the point of view of a kind of God-man whose business was to rule a gigantic and complex civilization, a man who regarded his subjects with a kindly contempt, recognizing that they were inexperienced children. Under Cthulhu, Mu reached an unparalleled prosperity. Wide, smooth roads running for hundreds of miles, reaching to every corner of the land, and cities were built on huge level areas of ground covered with stone slabs, engineered with such precision that there was no room for grass to grow up between them. Cthulhu instituted worship of the sun to counterbalance the worship of the dark gods who were already haunting men like a nightmare. One of the most interesting and characteristic touches about Mu is that it was a land of crickets. Because the climate was mild and the giant birds were more interested in small rodents than insects, crickets increased in number until Mu became known as the land of greeting, the Mu word for hello resembling a chirp. The people of Mu were born and lived and died to the chirping of crickets. When it ceased in the depths of winter, they felt it was an evil omen and became silent and depressed. One of the chief qualifications for a candidate of the priesthood was the ability to imitate the sound of crickets, although crickets were not worshipped in Mu. But what of the question that interested us most, the cause of the catastrophe that plunged the old ones into sleep? Unfortunately, the photograph was simply not good enough to see that far. It was clear enough to give us the outline of the period, but it lacked detail. Obviously, we would have to get immense photographs of the figurine from every possible angle. And then a thought struck me. It seemed absurd, but it seemed worth investigating. Supposing I focused an imagined picture of the figurine, I could hold and sustain such an image for as long as I could stare at a photograph. Time vision, as I have explained, is a complex way of intuiting the inner reality of an object, in the way that a handwriting expert can read the writer's character in his formation of letters. Now, a photograph of handwriting will tell the graphologist as much as the original. It makes no difference if it is a good photograph. Imaginative refocusing of images may be regarded as a branch of photography, but it is combined with the complex intuitions of time vision. It seemed possible that one could practice time vision on a focused image. It was worth trying anyway. So without saying anything to Littleway, I stared at a spot in the middle of the table and focused the basalt figurine, which I had examined for hours at a time. Then, as it suddenly appeared, rather smaller than life-size, I attempted to move into contemplative objectivity. It was impossible. As soon as I stopped focusing, the image vanished, overlapping with the objectivity for only a fraction of a second, enough to give me a very brief and very swift glimpse of long corridors of time. I focused the image again. Littleway saw it in the middle of the table and started. Then he understood what I was doing and joined in, also focusing the image. And now we made one of our most important and far-reaching discoveries. For we discovered that when our minds focused the figurine in concert, it instantly assumed a reality so tangible that it looked totally real. I cannot explain this except to say that we never really believe in our own imaginings. Deep down inside us, we know they are unreal. So a focused image is never more than a game. But if you join in the focusing of another person's image, you are aware before you start that the image has an objective reality as a part of the world out there. This affects some subconscious spring of energy, and the image suddenly solidifies. The images we had been playing with earlier in the day, the green elf and King Kong peering through the window, were like visual illusions, convincing only for a moment. But when our minds combined, the figurine ceased to be a focused image and seemed to appear out of the air as if it had an objective existence apart from our minds. Anyone who has read Eisenbud's remarkable book on Ted Serios, the man who can make photographs appear on a photographic plate by concentrating on it, will understand the basic principle of what I'm saying. But there was another, and even more important stage. Once the image had taken on this air of total reality, it could be sustained at this level by either of the minds that originated it. The other mind could withdraw. For when I said to Littleway, "Hold it while I let go," and then ceased to focus the image, it did not slip back to its earlier level of semi-reality, but remained quite solid. Obviously, whatever unconscious spring in Littleway was providing the energy to sustain it remained convinced of its reality and continued to provide the necessary conviction. And so I was able to withdraw and induce a state of contemplative objectivity, and as soon as I did so, I knew we had succeeded. For the prospects that now opened themselves to my time vision were completely real and sharp. It was as if I had been looking at something through a pair of binoculars, seeing it as slightly blurred. Then a touch on the wheel suddenly brings everything into clear focus, bringing out details I had not even suspected, and seeming to present a completely new picture because of its freshness. Everything was realer, bigger. Above all, I was now aware of the detailed history of Mu from its beginnings as a continent sucked from under the sea by a moon that hovered over it, revolving at the same speed as the Earth's rotation so that it appeared stationary, to the appalling end in a lake of fire. Now I saw not only the endless calm sea of grass, but the terrible catastrophes that had periodically destroyed whole cities. They now stood out very clearly. An immense tidal wave, nearly half a mile high, struck the southern shore when a comet caused a perturbation in the moon's orbit. It swept over cities, bringing the vast roofless temples crashing down on the sun worshippers, sweeping away human beings, cattle, elephants, and great bears, and finally depositing its rubble mixed with seaweed and the carcasses of giant sharks nearly 200 miles inland. Then there were volcanic explosions that raised up the ground like great molehills and shaking the whole continent. The lava from these eruptions could not flow far in this flat land, so it formed a kind of great boil that cooled quickly, leaving a strange cone with terraced sides. There were many of these cones in Mu, and they were regarded as sacred to the Old Ones. When the great valley opened up like a deep scar along the eastern sea coast, Mu's largest city, Laho, spilled into the Gulf, and all its inhabitants died within minutes from the suffocating sulfur fumes. Then a river poured into the Gulf, turned to steam, and covered the whole of Mu with a pall of gray cloud that remained unbroken for nearly 100 years. And in spite of these catastrophes, Mu remained prosperous. Her ships sailed all over the world, a world in which few of the continents we know today existed. Colonies settled on islands in the Pacific and in part of the land that is now South America. The disasters were forgotten. Prosperity seemed so constant that the people deteriorated. They became happy and mediocre. Cthulhu found it increasingly difficult to find youths with the necessary vitality or intelligence to aid him in the task of ruling the land. He decided that this people needed fear and self-discipline if they were not to become decadent. So he announced that the Old Ones were angry and intended to visit the people with great disasters. Then his helpers infected great areas of the country with a plant disease that killed the crops and the grass. So there were many famines. One of the priests, Korubin, was ordered to create a sect of assassins whose task was to terrorize the people of Mu. These assassins were devotees of Urike, the god of violence and sudden death, who later became known as Tezcatlipoca. They would kidnap people from their homes, torture them to death in ways that are too horrible to describe, and leave the mutilated bodies in the main squares of the towns to horrify the citizens. They would often deliberately choose people who were popular and much admired so that the impact of the crime seemed more terrible. They created such an atmosphere of horror that the character of the Muvians, the people of Mu, changed within a generation, and Cthulhu soon had plenty of brilliant young candidates for the priesthood. The sect of assassins continued to flourish, and still existed 50,000 years later under a name that could be translated the Drowners. Members of this sect trained themselves to hold their breath for several minutes at a time. They swam in rivers, and swimming was always a favorite sport of the Muvians, since their continent was full of rivers and lakes, and seized swimmers by the right foot, never the left, drowning them, and later weighting the body with a stone so that it never came to the surface. It was regarded as a mortal offense to seize a swimmer by the left foot, or to weight the body so badly that it eventually reappeared. The punishment for this was to be skinned alive and then burned. Most interesting of all was Cthulhu himself. He had been high priest when the Old Ones were still awake, and they had given him immortality by causing his body cells to reproduce at a rate that made aging impossible. I wondered what sort of a man Cthulhu was, and immediately had a clear vision of him. This man who engineered the horrible death of millions in the name of discipline had a thin, bony face and sunken eyes, but looked basically kindly. He was immensely tall and walked in a stiff, automatic way, like a robot. And although it was one of the most remarkable faces I have ever seen, it was curiously impersonal, abstracted. When he was 1,000 years old and knew he was condemned to be immortal, he strove to project his spirit into outer space, and learned to wander around the solar system as easily as around Mu. He spent only a few minutes of every week on Earth receiving the reports of his lieutenants. His name inspired such awe that it was often enough to tell an offender that Cthulhu was angry with him to cause him to die of fright or go mad. If I continued to describe the history of Mu, this memoir would become an encyclopedia. I have merely tried to indicate the points that interested me most on that first trip. Littleway sustained the image for over 2 hours, and I later did the same for him. But obviously, the thing that impressed me most was my vision of the final destruction of Mu. There had already been one catastrophe so enormous that it had killed all but a few of the inhabitants and destroyed all the cities. This was the explosion of the stationary moon. But the final destruction of Mu, 60,000 years later, was almost the end of the world. It happened when the Earth captured another moon, an erratic fragment of an exploded planet that became the asteroids. The fragment was enormous and caused an immense tidal wave in the northern hemisphere, which never reached Mu. But the Earth's crust beneath Mu had been thin ever since the previous moon had caused so many volcanic outbursts. Now the new moon caused another surge of molten rock from the Earth's core. The result was a tremendous gas explosion in the center of the continent. Mu was situated over an enormous gas fault, which was like the explosion of 1,000 hydrogen bombs. A huge column of blazing gas 14 miles wide erupted into the sky, hurling up molten lava and rocks larger than cathedrals. Almost everyone in Mu died that night. Cthulhu, who expected the catastrophe, was safely in South America by then. By morning, the great eruption was over, and the center of Mu sagged into the gulf below. A tidal wave now rushed in from the south and the west, sweeping down the slope towards the great hole that still threw up sulfur fumes and black smoke. And then the sea swept into the hole. The result was the greatest explosion the earth has ever known. The seas foamed and boiled, and Mu disappeared, torn and blown apart by the explosion. The cloud of black dust became a pall that eventually filled the atmosphere of the world, cutting off all sunlight for many months. A few inhabitants of Mu who lived on mountainous islands in the Pacific managed to survive the explosion and the subsequent tidal wave, but died horribly of starvation and burns from the hail of fire that came down from the sky. One island was completely obliterated by a single block of stone. The great dust clouds from the explosion remained in the atmosphere for millions of years. In the Pleistocene era, drawn together by the gravitational force of the falling moon, they caused sudden tremendous changes of climate. abrupt switches from an ice age to an age of tropical heat, and back again. And all of this was known to priests of the cult of Cthulhu who carefully preserved full records of their homeland. The Great History of Mu was among the works destroyed by Diego de Landa. The basalt figurine was an enormous treasure house of the history of Mu. Subsequently, we learned enough from it to fill many volumes. Even now, at the time of writing, its possibilities have not been fully explored. The only matter upon which we continued ignorant was the disaster that overtook the Old Ones. The tradition was very clear about Cthulhu's relation with the Old Ones. He had been their instrument, their confidant. But the history of Mu seemed to begin with the period when Cthulhu became the high priest and ruler. Of what happened before that, we had only a hint. That hint lay in the curious phrase, "the Night of the Monsters," preserved in Muvian mythology. It was a phrase that had occurred in a slightly different form in the Vatican Codex, the Night of the Great Fear, and again in the Voynich manuscript. I should add that we rushed to our photostat of the Voynich manuscript as soon as I made the discovery about the figurine, only to discover that in this case interference was as strong as ever. And the reason for this is plain enough. Writing can be reproduced with great accuracy by a scribe, even traced from the original, and although it is true that a copy, no matter how accurate, would not carry the full history of the original, it would, in fact, carry a great deal of it. The Old Ones, or rather the priests of Cthulhu, had taken care that the interference should also apply to copies of written records. I later discovered the method by which they did this, but it would occupy a disproportionate space at this point. But this was a matter of indifference. The written records were unimportant. We now knew that nothing could hinder us from solving the problem, since there must be objects in which we could trace the history of the pre-Cthulhu period. It was merely a question of finding them. And find them we did, with such ease that my description of it must sound anticlimactic. We found them the following day in the British Museum with the help of Robin Jackley. We traveled down by train, leaving orders that Barbara and the children were to be met at the station in the evening. We decided against the car because it would be absurd to risk everything at this point, but the precaution was unnecessary. There was no interference. We explained to Jackley that we were looking for the Saleno shards, referred to in the Voynich manuscript. He was so excited by our news about the translation of the manuscript that he accepted our story unquestioningly and took us along to David Holzer, who, in the absence of Dr. Chalmers, was in charge of the cataloging of South American antiquities. Holzer, a barrel-chested young man with the face of a bulldog and the eye of a fanatic, threw himself into the quest with enthusiasm. Karolyi, who was also present, had some excellent suggestions to offer. He was able to point out, for example, that the Saleno shards are also mentioned in Ludwig Prin's De Vermis Mysteriis, a book I had always thought to be an invention of Lovecraft's, secretly printed in 1611, the year after Prin's execution for sorcery. Much of the most promising material was stored in the basement of a building in Malay Place, behind the museum. Housed in a mews that was actually part of London University, this department was a laboratory for the restoration of antiquities, and its ground floor and basement were used as storerooms. And it was in the basement of this building that we found the two enormous crates of Maya material, all of it uncatalogued, and one still unopened, although it had been there since 1938. Holzer, Karolyi, Littleway, and myself spent 2 hours from 11 a.m. until 1 exploring this incredible wealth of material. Karolyi and Holzer must have wondered at our curious method of examination. If either of us found an item that seemed likely to belong to the pre-Cthulhu period, we would stand side by side and examine it carefully. And then, putting down the piece and moving away from it to avoid interference, we would appear to converse together in low voices. In fact, we were focusing an image of the object. Then, while one of us held the image, the other would explore it, allow his mind to intuit its essence. We could spare little time for this activity, with the other two watching us curiously, and so we had to arrive at a judgment fairly quickly. But in every case, we found ourselves facing the same problem as with the figurine. It had been created and used by priests who had no definite idea of what had happened during the Night of the Monsters. At 1 o'clock, Holzer looked at his watch and intimated that it was time to eat. Littleway immediately said that we had eaten a huge breakfast and would prefer to continue our search. Holzer was dubious. After all, we might accidentally break some priceless relic, but Karolyi removed his doubts by saying in a tone of mild reproof, "You realize these two are probably the greatest Mayan scholars in the world?" And so we were left alone, surrounded by straw, broken potsherds, and corroded arrowheads. And then, towards the bottom of the case, I found what we had been looking for. The label attached to it said, "Ceremonial Basin?" The doubt was understandable. It was a cylinder made of atacamite, a copper mineral of extraordinary beauty with feathery, dark green and blue crystals. It was about 1 foot wide and 9 inches high. The sides were smooth, polished like ice, but with deep rings scored round the circumference of the cylinder. The top was hollowed out into a shallow saucer about 5 inches in diameter. Looking down into this saucer was a strange sensation, for the mineral shimmered and glowed. Although I had never seen anything like it before, I knew its purpose. It was the equivalent to the clairvoyant's crystal ball. The saucer was filled with spring water and placed in a room where there was not the slightest stirring of the air, but where it caught the sunlight from above. The temples of Mu were roofless. And then the luminous feathery crystal became hypnotic, and visions appeared in its depths. I knew something else that produced a stifling sensation, a mixture of awe and horror. This crystal had belonged to great Cthulhu himself. Even now, after 4 million years, its vibrations were unmistakable. In spite of interference, its personality came over very clearly. I should say his personality came over very clearly. Littleway had been standing with his back to me, but some psychic link told him I had found what we were looking for. He turned round and looked down at the blue cylinder. Until one examined it closely, it looked commonplace enough, but it carried a vibration of tremendous power, and this is hardly surprising. Cthulhu was the greatest man who has ever existed. He came closer to being a god than any other human being. He was the great archetypal magician. All other legends of great magicians are dim memories of Cthulhu. We were both immediately struck by the same realization. This man was no demoniacal figure of cruelty. Even through the interference, we could sense deep humanity, a sort of ironical humor. It was amazing to experience this over such a gulf of time. It was as if the thin, hawk-like face with the sunken eyes were regarding us from the depths of his crystal cylinder, smiling at some hidden joke. We suddenly became conscious of time. We both handled the cylinder. We stared into it, fascinated by the mountain ranges and cloud patterns in its depths. We turned it over and caressed its smooth surface. Then we placed it back in its straw and turned away from it. We both tried to focus its image. It was hopeless. Interference was more powerful than we could ever remember. We went outside into the mews, closing the door behind us, and walked down towards the museum. And finally, the interference ceased. We sat on the low stone wall at the back of the museum and focused the cylinder between us. It appeared there, apparently quite solid. It was evidently also visible to other people, for a passing pedestrian glanced at it curiously. Then I slowly withdrew from it, leaving Littleway to hold it. I felt no excitement, only a deep calm and deliberation. I felt as if I were present at the last act of some great drama, playing a predestined part. I noticed immediately that there was a slightly different quality about my time vision as I stared at the crystal. It may have been due partly to the unusual definition of the crystal. Our earlier experiments in imaginative focusing had produced objects with a very slight lack of clarity. A photograph may be extremely accurate as far as it goes, and yet lacks certain details. But in the case of the Cthulhu crystal, it was as if my subconscious mind had absorbed every facet of the object and then reproduced it with an incredible accuracy. Secondly, the crystal itself had been made for exactly this purpose, for aiding Cthulhu's subconscious mind to liberate its visionary powers. And incidentally, it was clear that Cthulhu did not possess time vision to the extent that we did. He never stumbled upon the great secret of the prefrontal cortex. Or, possibly at that point in evolution, the cortex had simply not developed to its present extent. The result was that it acted as a kind of magnifying glass to my own powers of time vision. There was a dizzying sensation of being sucked into it, of falling down a lift shaft of time. For a moment I felt physically sick. Then the sheer interest of what I was observing overcame the sickness, for Cthulhu's mind had left its stamp upon the crystal, and to plunge into it was like becoming Cthulhu, a total loss of my own identity, and an immense feeling of liberation. And then another feeling came upon me, a total, deep, ecstatic loyalty to the great old ones. It was simply self-evident that they were the most powerful beings in the solar system, and that they, therefore, deserved the greatest devotion, the deepest love. It was the Blakean principle. Quote, "Everything that lives is holy. Life delights in life." End quote. And since they were more alive than any other creature that had ever inhabited this earth, their claim was absolute. But it must also be remembered that in my identity as Cthulhu, I was completely aware of the nature and history of the Old Ones. I knew they had waited for millions of years to launch themselves into the terrestrial evolutionary process, and so great was their sense of purpose that 1,000,000 years seemed no more than 1,000,000 days, and finally they had created man. There was no first man. A whole tribe of apes was chosen, as told in the Vatican Codex. The development of their embryos was arrested so that the females gave birth to wizened, hairless, undeveloped creatures. At first, the other apes killed these freaks. They continued to kill them for a long time until one day a crippled, ugly female refused to destroy her child and hung around on the edge of the tribe, an outcast, defending the hairless monstrosity against all attacks. All this part of the history was not physically present to me, for obviously Cthulhu knew it only at second hand. Nevertheless, this account of the beginning of the human race fascinated me more than anything I had discovered since I developed the power of time vision. I groped hungrily for every detail stored in Cthulhu's memory. As the hairless, maladroit babies continued to be born, the tribe ceased to regard them as abnormal. Finally, they ceased to feel revulsion. The first man-creature had matured into a slobbering, cowardly adult with a highly developed sense of self-preservation and the cunning that springs from it. The tribe disliked and mistrusted it, but they came to respect the cunning. And as more and more the creatures grew up and the older apes died, the man creatures became increasingly valuable to the tribe, for their intelligence made them devise interesting methods of overcoming their enemies. The first true man appeared a long time later, perhaps thousands of years, for the aim of the old ones was to produce a man creature with intelligence enough to fear and respect them. The apes were too stupid to be driven by fear. Their fear was an instinctive shrinking that was forgotten as soon as its cause was removed. The old ones set out to create a man who would be intelligent enough to remember, and one day they succeeded in creating a man who was intelligent and neurotic as well as cowardly. He became their first true servant, the first of all priests. Through the favor of the old ones, he became the leader of the tribe and instilled his terrors into the other man creatures. Gradually, a tribe of apes became a tribe of men. They were crueler and more savage than the apes, but also more inventive. And they were murderously superstitious. They sacrificed the healthiest members of the tribe to appease the old ones, until finally it became clear to the old ones that their servants would destroy themselves unless something was done. They tried the experiment of direct communication with these creatures, at first through the medium of dreams, and even the old ones were amazed by the results. It worked beyond their most sanguine expectations. These vile, savage, moronic dawn men became civilized overnight. The ancient old ones had made an interesting discovery, that man was basically a religious animal, at his best when he feels himself to be doing the will of one above, or striving for some purpose beyond himself. This creature, who was intended to be a crude tool, suddenly turned out to be the finest of precision instruments. The first of these priests of the old ones was called Ulgum, Adam, and he died in a magnetic cataclysm, the exact nature of which was not clear. The second was Pa'atla, and he failed the old ones in some unspecified way and was destroyed by them. Hubris. The third, Pa'a, was an experiment in longevity. The old ones had discovered how to cause his own subconscious mind to renew the cells of his body. Something went wrong, and he died of a cancer. The fourth, Kub, was an unqualified failure, for his sexual urges were so strong that he took advantage of his position to possess all the women in the tribe, which now numbered over 1,000. He was also destroyed. The fifth was Cthulhu. One day I shall write a biography of Cthulhu, and it will run to many volumes, but here I can only summarize the most important points. This man became the greatest of all the instruments of the old ones. As a child, he was shy and permanently ill. At the age of 12, he was bitten by a poisonous spider and paralyzed in both legs. It was assumed that he would die. By this time, these first men had learned to build houses, make fire, and cultivate certain crops. Instead of being left to die, Cthulhu was cared for by his 3 brothers and a sister. He went into long trances, and in these trances the old ones spoke to him. His paralysis disappeared. He began to grow at an astounding rate until he was nearly twice as tall as the other men of his tribe. These early men were seldom more than 3 feet tall. By this they knew he was favored by the gods and destined to be their king. He was able to tell the hunters where to find herds of bison and mammoth, and how to trap them without endangering themselves. One day he told his people to abandon their city and move to a place 20 miles away. Many of the elders refused. They all died when a volcanic eruption destroyed the city and buried it in lava. After this, Cthulhu was made king, and the Earth's first great age of civilization began. What I have related so far was little more than a dim memory in Cthulhu's mind. Even his own early years had faded away as one's own memories of babyhood disappear. But from this point onward, I was able to see the history of the Movian civilization, and what I saw was so absurd as to be almost beyond belief, for in their greatest period the Movians were very like the men of modern Europe. Their cities were immense and well designed, rather on the lines of Stockholm or Copenhagen. They used glass in the windows, and the window frames were made of metal. The streets had sidewalks and shallow gutters, and a system of underground drainage. They knew the principles of hydraulics and used steam for raising heavy loads, although their engineering skill was not great enough to make internal combustion engines possible. They were expert gardeners, and their cities contained immense parks and public gardens full of flowers and shrubs. They had a high degree of medical skill. A doctor was automatically raised to the nobility, and education was a public responsibility. The temple of Cthulhu stood on an artificial mount outside the capital city, Haidan Kolas, deep green place. Standing on the highest point of this temple, Cthulhu could look down on a scene that might have been an illustration to H.G. Wells's Modern Utopia. The city stretched for nearly 10 miles with immense broad avenues. In its center was a large and deep lake into which ran a river as broad as the Thames or the Hudson, and several canals, which ran as far as the eye could see into the countryside. The city was built of a golden-colored sandstone. Unlike our modern cities, it had no slums and no outskirts. The great streets and squares simply stopped where the countryside began. In the center of most of the public squares, there were huge piles of cut logs, sometimes 50 feet high. These were there for the citizens to help themselves to. In Mu, fuel was free. The climate of the mid-Pliocene tended to coolness, rather, as in modern Europe. All these neatly cut logs had been peeled of their bark. The old ones had decreed that it was unlawful to burn wood with the bark still on it. With the aid of crystals, similar to the one I was now looking at, the priests of Cthulhu could see what was going on in any part of Mu. The consequence was that there was no crime in Mu, no dishonesty of any sort. The degree of self-discipline among the citizens was high, for the simple reason that the old ones promptly destroyed anyone who lacked it. A man who lost his temper was likely to disappear into thin air before he had finished swearing. It may sound as if the civilization of Mu was a super tyranny. In fact, the harmony between the people and the old ones was so great that there was no sense of strain. Discipline was high, so boredom was unknown. Since discipline was high, the whole civilization had a constant sense of forward drive that in turn led to an exceptionally high level of vitality. Disease was almost unknown, and men frequently lived to be more than 200. Cthulhu himself was the linchpin of this civilization. He was the one man who knew exactly what the old ones were aiming at. He understood their purposes. He understood why they had created men. He understood their need to establish some kind of solid foundation for their power. You cannot jump without solid ground under your feet. The old ones were all power. They could uproot forests and rend mountains, but they had no real control over their power. Through men, they began to achieve control. And when Mu was at the height of its power, the old ones and their servants were so completely in harmony that there seemed to be no distinction between them. Men had ceased to be the tools of the old ones and become their limbs. This concept is almost impossible to grasp, since human beings are so used to their sense of identity and of aloneness. Each man is an island, but it must be remembered that in a basic sense, the old ones were not plural. They were more like a single being, and as they learned to express themselves through human beings, it was exactly like acquiring hands and feet, and they were acquiring more than hands and feet. They were acquiring self-consciousness. Man was a mirror in which the old ones could see their faces, or rather, their face. But here was where the trouble began. Man was the perfect servant, but he was fundamentally separate. Each individual stood alone, even though he felt identified with the old ones. And as the old ones used him, man evolved at a tremendous rate. He never wasted his time on boredom, on lack of direction, on self-division. Imagine the strength and purity of purpose of the greatest saints, and then imagine a civilization in which every human being possessed such drive and purpose. The speed of man's evolution troubled the old ones. Their own rate of evolution was slower, although even so they had evolved more since the creation of man than in the past 50 million years. And they came to an incredible decision. Instead of using man as a tool, they would attempt to make a tool of matter itself, making use of the knowledge they had gained since the creation of man. The old ones made themselves bodies. They were crude compared to the bodies of human beings, but they served well enough. Their inner structure was simple. They were little more than heaps of gray protoplasm. Cthulhu was one of the few men who ever saw their underground cities. The old ones built underground because they knew that man would eventually penetrate to every corner of the earth. And what impressed me most when I saw these cities was the accuracy of Lovecraft's time vision. For he had described them very much as they were, and as they still exist miles below the surface of the earth. These cities were built of immense stone blocks. Lovecraft speaks of them as Cyclopean. It was easier for the old ones to handle huge blocks than small ones, so their buildings were sometimes a mile high. They themselves assumed a roughly conical shape so that they looked like great cones of wet gray leather. They moved on the base of these cones, which expanded and contracted in the manner of a slug or a limpet. Consequently, there were no stairs in their cities, only huge inclined planes. The top of the cone was fringed with tentacles, and above the tentacles there was a sensitive area that served as an eye. It could be said that the whole top of the cone was one enormous eye, looking perpetually in all directions. The old ones themselves were usually more than 100 feet tall when they first assumed these bodies, for they preferred to handle huge bodies just as they preferred to handle huge building blocks. Later on, it became a sign of evolution to reduce the size of the body, and they competed in becoming smaller and smaller. They were amazed by the success of their experiment. It was a constant effort to control the tight mass of molecules that formed their bodies, but the greater their concentration, the greater the degree of self-consciousness they were able to achieve. And with self-consciousness came the ability to focus their powers. They possessed an ability to focus that went far beyond the degree achieved by Littleway and myself. One of these creatures could move a 1,000,000-ton building block by a single effort of will, or project an idea as complex as a modern city so that it became visible to the other cones. There was no problem about creating the immense underground spaces required for their cities. A few seconds of fierce concentration could direct a beam of will that dissolved earth as a flame turns water into steam. These tremendous underground explosions occasionally caused some of the earthquakes that destroyed part of Mu. Their chief city was some 2 miles below the desert in what is now Australia, whose northern coast was less than 300 miles from the southern coast of Mu. It was nameless and larger than London and greater Los Angeles combined. It was also, as far as human eyes went, in complete darkness, for the old ones projected energies like a bat's radar and had no need of light. It differed from the cities of Mu in being more chaotic, Because of their tremendous latent powers, the Old Ones lacked patience for the niceties of architectural symmetry. But the lack of symmetry made the city all the more impressive. Hundreds of square miles of giant eyeless blocks, rectangular, cubical, hexagonal, triangular. The Old Ones borrowed many of the natural forms of crystals. Cthulhu saw this city by means of a phosphorescent light projected by the Old Ones for his benefit. Its image remained as clear and sharp as a photograph. I could create it now in all its detail, and perhaps the most impressive thing about that monstrous underground city was that the walls that surrounded it, great walls of rock that towered 1,000 feet above the city. The place had been chosen because it was virtually a giant slab of igneous rock, over 100 miles long and more than 6 miles thick in its center. For the Old Ones had decided to learn to write. They grasped the tremendous evolutionary value of writing long before men did, and they needed large pages on which to practice. These great walls were their writing tablets, and they were covered with immense symbols 40 feet high and blasted out of the rock by a beam of pure energy that atomized the solid granite. When one of them made a mistake, he simply wiped his slate clean by blasting another 10 feet off the whole rock face. And so immense were their energies that it was easier for them to do this than to use the beam of energy as a pen. In spite of their crudity, their underground cities were the greatest achievement that has ever appeared on the earth. It is impossible for a human being to grasp the discipline that went into creating them. The task of engraving the Lord's Prayer on a pinhead is nothing compared to it. The Old Ones had no reason to be jealous of the civilization of human beings, for their own efforts were godlike. They deserved to become lords of the solar system. And then what happened? I already knew the answer to this question even before I turned my attention to the Night of the Monsters. They advanced too quickly. Even though the building of their city took them 10,000 years, they actually learned to record their knowledge in books, great stone tablets held together by indestructible metal bands, iron compressed so tight that a cubic inch weighed a ton. They explored the mechanical secrets of this world of dead matter and learned to use its laws for their own benefit. They made the amazing discovery that matter does not need to be coerced by brute force, that once its laws are understood, it becomes compliant and obedient. And so the next step was obvious, to learn all the laws of the universe, to become super scientists. And there came their downfall. They had overlooked one absurd point. As the conscious mind learned to project its visions of reason and order, the vast energies of the subconscious writhed in their prison and projected visions of chaos. At first, no one understood what was happening. One day, a tremendous explosion rocked the city. The building housing the central library was completely destroyed. At first, they were inclined to believe that some strange hostile agency, perhaps beings from another planet, was at work. Gradually, it dawned on them that one of their own number had done this, and everyone was gripped with a tremendous sense of shock. For they suddenly realized the consequences of their evolution into separateness. In their early days of unity, this would have been impossible. What was worse, 20 of the Old Ones had been destroyed in the explosion of the library, hurled back into non-existence. In their earlier days, they had been indestructible. Now, they could be killed. A deep and terrible doubt possessed them. Had it all been a mistake? The road of evolution had seemed long and straight. Suddenly, it looked like a trap. And who had destroyed the library? Every one of them opened his mind to the examination of the others, and everyone was innocent. And then they began to understand. Whoever had done it was totally unaware that he had done it. Some monster from the subconscious mind had taken advantage of his sleep, for the old ones now slept after long periods of concentration, to strike this blow for chaos. As I watched all this, I saw the solution. They were simply trying to evolve too fast. It was like trying to train a wolf to become a sheepdog. It was not an impossible task, but it needed to be done with great deliberation. They were rushing it. All they needed to do was to slow down, perhaps even to retreat a step or two. Even Cthulhu could have told them this if they had explained the situation to him, but they were terrified. It seemed that an abyss had opened underneath them, and they shrank back, and the night of the monsters began. It was not an ordinary night of 12 hours or so. It went on for several weeks, and it spread to all of their cities. When Cthulhu spoke later of the night of the monsters, he meant the blackness of their underground cities. The outrages became more frequent, the great walls defaced, whole areas destroyed. As the fear increased, so did the sense of claustrophobia, and the unconscious desire to destroy everything and start afresh increased. A few of them even understood this and killed themselves rather than endanger all they had created, but it made no difference. And then, like a dam bursting, it happened. Monstrous forces ripped the cities apart. Sometimes they had forms, the form of nightmares, monstrous red things, hundreds of feet high, with faces like human beings, great white worms, a vortex in the shape of an octopus, into which things vanished without leaving a trace. Total madness reigned. The surface of the earth was convulsed. All Mu would have been destroyed if it had not been for Cthulhu, who used all his powers to set up immense counterforces to protect the continent. During the night of the monsters, Cthulhu remained the only sane man on the surface of the earth, observing the fall of his masters, determined that human beings should not share in that fall. He watched the old ones disintegrate under the terror and slip into non-existence. He saw some of them become insane from the effort of trying to break down the barriers between the conscious mind and the forces that were destroying them. He saw the destruction of Haidan Kolas, struck by a shock wave that crumpled the ground like a sheet of paper and then spilled its fragments into a great void. This was the immense chasm that opened up down the western side of Mu. He expected his own destruction from minute to minute, for he was surely a symbol of the subconscious fears of the old ones. And then, quite abruptly, there was silence. At first, he thought they had all been destroyed. Then he understood they had taken the only possible course to preserve some fragment of their achievement. Just as a great fire may be prevented from spreading by destroying everything that lies in its path, so this madness had been prevented from spreading by a form of self-destruction. What the old ones had done was the equivalent of knocking themselves out. They did this simply by allowing an uncontrolled explosion of the psychic energy they had learned to control, an explosion within the mind. They were hurled back into unconsciousness, but not into death. The convulsions of the earth gradually ceased. The winds dropped. The sea became a great mirror reflecting the sunlight, and Cthulhu looked at the broken ruins of the civilization of Mu and the few thousand survivors, still half insane with fear, and knew that he had won. The old ones would awaken one day. Meanwhile, he would keep the faith. He kept it for 500,000 years. I came out of my trance abruptly. Littleway had allowed the crystal to dissolve, since all his efforts to attract my attention had failed. For a moment, I failed to recognize him or to understand where I was. I was Cthulhu, waking from a sleep of 4 million years. I opened my eyes and looked around at this civilization of great buildings, the British Museum and London University, so like the civilization of Mu, and I felt a sense of enormous loss. What had these human beings achieved in 5 million years? Almost nothing. A few technical triumphs, a certain mastery over nature, but they were still pygmies. And then I knew, with complete certainty, what we had to do. All misgivings had disappeared. Ever since Little Way and I had taken the great step and become the first truly human creatures on the face of the earth, we had experienced complete freedom from the human fear of mortality, and this sense of having hundreds of years in which to develop made us feel that there were no immediate problems. Time was on our side. Perhaps we would initiate a few carefully chosen colleagues into our secret. Perhaps not. The truth is, time is not on our side. They have slept for 5 million years. They cannot sleep for much longer. One day they will wake up, either tomorrow or in 20 years or in 500 years, but it will happen. But we are awake, and we can choose what they find when they wake up. In 5 million years, man has changed very little from the servant the old ones created. He has invented his gods and built his civilizations, but he has remained essentially a servant. He is not comfortable without a master. That is why he has had so many gods and so many tyrants. In my teens, I remember being impressed by a history of Ivan the Terrible. It described how Ivan, after committing the most appalling atrocities throughout a long reign, decided to abdicate and left his court one morning. One might have expected his people to heave a sigh of relief and bolt the door of the palace. On the contrary, they presented themselves at his retreat in sackcloth and ashes and begged him to return on any terms. I had never quite understood that story, but now I understood. Man is incorrigibly a slave, and if he waits for long enough, he will have a master again. And the choice is entirely in his hands. He can become a slave again, or he can confront the old ones as a master. But there is one thing I must point out. The old ones will not make the same mistake twice. This time there will be no Night of the Monsters. They will evolve slowly, and they will become the dominant species in the solar system. When that happens, they will feel grateful towards man, of course, as man is grateful towards the horses and dogs that have enabled him to build civilization, and towards the cattle that have provided the labor for tilling the ground. But this has not stopped him from eating the cattle and allowing the dray horses to drift towards extinction. Why should an evolving species feel sympathy for its less successful competitors? The old ones will not destroy man. They will simply allow him to stagnate until he suffers the price of stagnation: death. The alternative is clear enough. The old ones must awaken to find a society of masters with whom they can collaborate on equal terms. What is more, they must be awakened by these masters. For nothing is more clear to me than that man will soon need the old ones as much as they once needed him. While the new stage in evolution is restricted to people like myself and Little Way, there will be no difficulty. We shall deal with problems as they arise, but we shall be a very small proportion of the human race. The greater portion of the human race consists of people like Zachariah Longstreet and Honor Weiss, people who will shrink from the great step to inner freedom. There will be far too many of these people to be helped by the minority who are ready to make the leap. Only the old ones can solve the problem. They can provide the vast majority of Longstreets with the kind of subtle guidance that they provided for the people of Mu. When I explained all this to Little Way as we traveled back to Langton Place, he asked me the obvious question: why bother with the majority of the human race? If they are not ready for the next step in evolution, then why not concentrate on those who are? because there is a law that says that evolving species cannot be destroyed. If the whole human race is directed towards the same objective, it can be in no danger. I have no illusions about my own indestructibility. My memory of what happened in the Library of Philadelphia is too clear. The power that we almost awakened might snuff me out as casually and accidentally as an earthquake kills a flea, and it might snuff out another 10,000 like me, but it would not destroy 2 billion creatures spread over the whole surface of the earth. There was no need to argue this point with Littleway. Before we were back in Leicester, he had also experienced the Night of the Monsters. We recreated the crystal cylinder of Cthulhu on the train, and I focused it while he explored. I watched his face become gray and still, and his eyes ceased to focus as they turned inward. When we left the train at Leicester, he was dazed and silent. I knew he understood. When I started this memoir over 2 years ago, I had no idea of how it would end, and yet I now believe that, in some obscure sense, I knew all the time. There are strange forces at work here, and they are unconnected with man as well as with the old ones. I can sense their nature, although I could not express it in language. If the old ones were once an impalpable force that learned to manipulate man as an instrument, is it not possible that there are other forces for whom the old ones were also tools? It is man's destiny to be immortal. For 5 million years he has managed to sidestep the issue. Now the choice has to be made, and to me it seems absurd. Who could possibly prefer being asleep to being awake, especially on a spring morning? And yet there are many men who open one eye, scowl at the sunlight, and pull the blankets over their heads. Sleep seems infinitely desirable to the sleeper. Let me put this in the clearest way possible. Man should possess an infinite appetite for life. It should be self-evident to him all the time that life is superb, glorious, endlessly rich, infinitely desirable. At present, because he is in a midway position between the brute and the truly human, he is always getting bored, depressed, weary of life. He has become so top-heavy with civilization that he cannot contact his springs of pure vitality. Control of the prefrontal cortex will change all this. He will cease to cast nostalgic glances towards the womb, for he will realize that death is no escape. Man is a creature of life and the daylight. His destiny lies in total objectivity. By the time this memoir is published, there will be more of us, a dozen at least, and we shall take care to provide proof of all my assertions. Newman alloy is not difficult to manufacture. Before the end of this century, there could be 1 million of us. My wife, Barbara, has been typing this memoir from my tape transcription, and we have observed an interesting thing. Her prefrontal cortex is beginning to work of itself. The knowledge that this thing is possible, and the constant encouragement of myself and Littleway, has apparently awakened in her the hidden evolutionary drives. And I suspect they may be transmitted directly to the child that is due to arrive in a few weeks. If I am right, the whole problem may be immensely simplified. Power over the prefrontal cortex would be transmitted by heredity, and it would only be a matter of time before the whole human race had developed that power. That word, time, causes a momentary contraction of the heart. For what if they wake up too soon?